Yeah, usually it's a city. So how's your Santa Cruz clients? Are they back in person or? They were for a while. They went back out? Oh, that's awkward. That's really awkward. Wow. Yeah. Still get the, I don't know what the right characterization is. Interested, John 3:16. People use it as a forum for whatever they want. We had that every single meeting. We had the same corporate culture. We had one guy that would show his homework and just talk about, he'd see the topic and then we'd take that topic and do 2 minutes on whatever thing was in.
You trained for 35 years for the city. I would love to know, like, what the most interesting thing you ever dealt with was. But now that it's usually confidential.
Yes, that would be appreciated. Yes. Jeff has been introduced, so. Oh, good, great, okay. Okay.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the City Council chambers, the chambers. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Planning Commission for December 9th, 2021. Corinne, can we have a roll call vote, please?
In alphabetical order, Commissioners Bookbinder. Present. Camcar.
Present.
Craig.
Here.
Rivlin.
Present.
Zisser.
Here.
Vice Chair Ching.
Here.
Chair Ostrowski.
Here,
All present.
thank you. All right, next we'll move on to the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes, and are there any corrections or updates? All right, can I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Move to approve the minutes as included in the packet.
And a second. Corinne, may we have a vote, please?
Commissioners Bookbinder.
Aye.
Camcar.
Aye.
Craig.
Aye.
Rivlin.
Aye.
Zisser.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ching.
Aye.
Chair Ostrowski.
Actually,
I abstain.
I need to abstain. I apologize.
Okay. 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Corinne. Director Eastwood, do we have any communications agenda items?
Actually, a point of order. I seconded something I shouldn't have, so I think we need to go back and do that again. I apologize.
I'll second. Mike Gray, yeah.
Corinne, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Can, yes. Commissioners Bookbinder.
Aye.
Camcar.
Aye.
Craig.
Aye.
Rivlin.
Abstain.
Zisser.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ching.
Aye.
Chair Ostrowski.
I abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Eastwood, do we have any communications agenda items?
Thank you, Chair Ostrowski. Rob Eastwood, Community Development Director. So in front of you, which is a first, given you're back in-house, is a pretty substantial desk item that was published less than an hour ago. It contains revised maps for your item tonight. Staff will go through this during the presentation. If the commission feels when you get to the part of the presentation, you'll have to take some extra minutes either now or sometime during the presentation to read it, totally understood. But generally, we will cover the materials that are in your desk item during the staff's presentation. We've also given in your desk item also public comments that we've received. And again, if you need some time to review those before we start, we do realize that came out just an hour ago. Other than that, no other communications, none of agenda modifications. You just have one item tonight.
Wonderful, thank you. I think those maps will be easier to look at in large print. Thank you. All righty. Moving on to the oral requests section. This is the point in the meeting where any member of the public may address the commission on an item that is not on the agenda. You may speak up to 5 minutes, but the planning commission may not take any action. Would anyone like to speak? So, great. I have 3 speaker cards here. The first speaker card is from John Field. You can step right up there too. Yes.
We are Robbie's community volunteer. So this is a hybrid meeting. You have both in person and Zoom. And just a reminder, this is for items that are not on the agenda. So if you're speaking to the housing on the general plan item,
If,
oh,
okay, if I may jump in, Bill Seligman, city
This is
attorney.
oral request.
Since this is a special meeting, you can limit oral requests or any discussion by the public to matters that are on the agenda.
We can limit them to items now?
so I'll help to interpret that. So on a normal meeting, you have public speakers that can speak to anything not on the agenda. Per the attorney's recommendations to special meeting, you can limit tonight to have only speakers that speak to these items. You don't have to have a normal public comment. It's the commission's call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can go through if anyone has comments on items that are not on the agenda, and then we can go through the agenda items. Yeah, I need to,
Hi, am I speaking to the planning commission?
hi, Kelly.
Hi, I don't want to speak now. I just wanted you to know that we can't see you. The camera is on the empty audience seats. Is that how it's supposed to be?
We are gonna.
So I'm asking Corinne or Cecil, can you promote Chair Ostrowski to be in the one of the attendees, and she can run the meeting from there? Right.
Okay, are there any folks who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda at this time? And please raise your hand if you are in the audience on Zoom. Okay, looks like we don't have anybody. So we will move on then to tonight's agenda item. All right, so tonight's agenda item is Campbell's Envision General Plan Update and Plan for Housing, the Housing Opportunity Site Methodology and Selection. And our planner this evening is Stephen Rose. Welcome, Stephen.
I'll go ahead and start. Sorry. Well, he's sticking with the health director again. No problem. Realize to those watching in the audience, second hybrid meeting back, but we're working through it. So one more item on the agenda. While I'm speaking, I'm going to go ahead and ask our consultant team to come forward and Stephen to get ready on the presentation. And actually, can we bring the presentation up between Stephen and the consulting team? Okay, there we are. Okay, so for the commission, the audience, everyone, this is a continuing discussion on two things that are linked together. And this is both for the commission to provide policy feedback on the administrative draft of the Envision Campbell General Plan. The commission will remember they reviewed this back in September and did the council. There were a few, I'll just call them loose ends or things that just needed some closure on land use items in the Envision Campbell General Plan, and we'll be bringing those back to you this evening. Some of them are informational to give you information on what the council said about some policy issues, but the first part of the evening would be presenting those to you. The second part of the evening, which is the more substantive part, is continuing the conversation on Campbell's Plan for Housing, which is our update to the housing element. And tonight, the intent is to present to you the feedback you gave last time, what council gave last time on our housing opportunity sites, feedback we've gotten from the community, and then proposed refinements we've had to the maps. You'll present last time, it was very high level, broad maps. Staff has proposed some refinements on how to change the maps down to a level that meets the needs of Campbell and meets state requirements. So that's the general agenda for this evening. Next slide. And just for framing, I know the commission's seen this many times. What's driving all this are state deadlines. So by the end of next year, we have to have a certified housing element, and with that, an adopted general plan. And our environmental consultants have told us we need to start the EIR process in January. And with that, we're trying to get closure on the land use items part of the general plan and housing element that have environmental ramifications, so the EIR process can start. A bit of good news, we originally thought we would have to have everything closed up by December, which is this meeting. But in talking to our EIR consultants, they've said, well, we generally can start the EIR process in late January. So to give a little bit of relief, the intent tonight is to go as far as we can on the input and feedback on the housing opportunity sites. We're going to use a last meeting in January to try and close everything up. So it just gives a little more time because it's a lot to digest, review, and give feedback on. So this will be the first of two final meetings to look at the land use elements and the housing opportunity sites. But again, that's what's driving the schedule. And with that, I'll give it the first part of the meeting. You're correct, Chair Ostrowski. Stephen Rose will lead the discussion on the Envision General Plan.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Ostrowski, members of the Planning Commission. So just this is the first part of the two-part presentation. This is the shorter bit. And the intent is to provide an overview of some of the feedback that we had received from the council at their meeting from September. So there are really, I think there's 4 or 5 parts to this conversation in and of itself. And I'll just tackle them in turn, kind of following the staff report format. And the first is the preferred land use map. So in September, the city council evaluated changes to the city's land use map. These are the non-housing element related changes, non-housing site changes in response to feedback provided by the city's GPAC or General Plan Advisory Committee. In general, the council is supportive of all the changes that were being advised by the General Plan Advisory Committee, such as changes from neighborhood commercial to, or general commercial to neighborhood commercial on Bascom and Winchester. And pretty much based on the feedback of the planning commission that was also to that same effect. They went on to say in regard to the Hamilton Avenue specific plan area that it should be extended further to the east to capture a triangular area located northwest of the intersection of Bascom and Hamilton. And they had also advised removing, they wanted to consider the impact of removing the city's north of Campbell Avenue area plan or NOCA, as well as the city's south of Campbell Avenue area plan or SOCA plan. So these are kind of non-housing element related discussion topics that all have to do with the land use map. So these are feedback which we had received. So we're returning now with you to the planning commission to kind of talk about some of the impacts of these changes, specifically the SOCA and NOCA plan. So in regard to the NOCA plan, the north of Campbell Avenue area plan, so this is located just north of downtown. It's kind of Salmar extending up to the Home Depot site in the city. We provided a very in-depth analysis of the impacts that would occur from that as part of the staff report. That said, on the screen, I've captured just 3 of the primary differences, and they involve, it would potentially allow for the introduction of general commercial uses were currently limited to neighborhood commercial. It would result in the removal of a policy which is contained in the plan, which encourages lot consolidation by limiting floor area ratio of properties on smaller lots. And lastly, it would remove in a reduction in density or uses along Harrison. So the north of Campbell Avenue area plan has a restriction of 6 to 13 dwelling units per acre for this first 66 feet of properties that front Harrison. Kind of the intent of that was to try to maintain a single family duplex style development along that edge or that frontage. And with the removal of the NOCA plan, that would also be lost. Now in the report, although staff were recommending removal of the NOCA plan because it's only really a 1-page document at the end of the day. And most of the things which are covered in it could be captured elsewhere through policy development or planning practices. Similarly, so we provided an overview of the south of Campbell Avenue area plan and the key changes which would result if the city were to eliminate it. Unlike, so the NOCA plan would result in neighborhood commercial where, or would allow general commercial where there's neighborhood commercial. In this particular case, would allow for general commercial where otherwise would be limited to the C3 or the central business district. So that's like the downtown. So it's a little bit more limiting. So what this would then do is it would allow more intensive commercial activities than would otherwise be allowed in certain areas of this planning area. Beyond that, it also would result in the same removal of floor area ratio restrictions on lots of a certain size. Again, some of those policies were developed and they were broken down by sub areas as a way of encouraging lot consolidation again. In sub area 2, there's a particular limitation on the maximum height of buildings, which is presently 50 feet. That would be eliminated. And in sub area 5, there's policies which discourage the use of auto repair, except in sites that were previously used for such. And there's also policies which encourage the development of hotels and motels, which would be eliminated. And then lastly, the whole plan itself has a bunch of almost outdated and unenforceable design standards, which we could address elsewhere as part of the general plan update process through the community design element. And for that reason, staff is also recommending elimination of the SOCA plan. So as another discussion point related to the general plan, the broader general plan effort, we had this discussion of building intensities or floor area ratios by land use. So the city has various commercial and industrial land use designations. And as part of our environmental impact analysis, we would want to evaluate what upper limits of floor area ratios would be for those land uses moving forward. So I think the last time we checked in with the Planning Commission, We provided a very detailed overview of our standards as they relate to all of our zoning districts, and we've done a comparison between the city of Campbell and other surrounding communities like Milpitas, Cupertino, Los Gatos, et cetera. And as part of that effort, we identified that city of Campbell's coming up a little bit light on some of the standards, and it might warrant a little bit further analysis and review. We took that same analysis, that same presentation to the city council, and they agreed. They thought that we should do a little bit more in-depth research. And as a result, what we have before you tonight is an updated research effort. So we've already looked at standards used by other communities. Now we wanted to make it a little bit more practical. So what we did was we evaluated actual built projects of certain development types like office, industrial, research and development. Just try to ground the exercise in reality. And we're kind of starting to see some of the same trends that on average, you're seeing a range. You do see a range, but on average, the city of Campbell is a little bit low in some categories. And so therefore, we were identifying a need to raise it, particularly in the office and the hotel settings. And with that, what we, as an outcome of that research effort and what we have included in tonight's packet is a recommendation that we do evaluate increasing the city's floor area ratios in several key categories, that being the general commercial, the neighborhood commercial, the professional office, institutional, light industrial, and office and low to medium density residential designation to allow floor area ratios of up to 1.0. So that's 0.6 higher than what we currently have in the Envision Campbell draft general plan. Now, it's not to say that this is necessarily what we're recommending being the permanent floor area ratios for these land use designations. We just believe that the EIR should be studying these for purposes of that analysis. As an additional discussion point, and really something that we needed to help work on our housing element itself, was a discussion point of how we should go about calculating residential density for the effort. So historically, the city of Campbell has measured residential densities to center line of street. We called that the gross lot area. So it's the four corners of the property, inclusive of the entire public right of way, all the way to the center of the street. Council direction on this is rather clear. They had indicated that they want to have it be limited just to the four corners of the property prior to any dedication. This is actually the industry standard and what staff would recommend. And lastly, so we had a long list, I think it was a matrix of draft general plan policy sets, which we went over with the council. We tried to pull out those which we thought were a little bit more critical than others as part of the effort. And those being mixed use zoning. So we had a discussion point on whether or not the city should aim to, as part of the general plan and extensively the housing element update, create a new zoning for various mixed use land use designations and reduce the city's reliance on the PD or plan development zoning district and CPD zoning district by extension. Separately, there's this discussion about drive-throughs that kept coming up. I think we saw it with In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A and a few other facilities that come up. And there's a question of whether or not the city wanted to eliminate drive-throughs entirely. When we checked in with the council, they felt as if eliminating it would be too much. So they felt as if it should be allowed, but they provided direction for us to develop policies to create locational and operational standards to govern such use. So that would be something that would be folded into our code. So it's much clearer in the future as applicants approach the city, when and where drive-throughs could be facilitated in the future. Additionally, the Envision Campbell General Plan had a discussion about research and development, what should be done in those pretty much areas of the Dell Avenue area plan. There was some broad policy discussion and ideas that were being considered there. And for the time being, the city council felt it appropriate to just drop those proposed changes, to pretty much deferring that analysis and potential densities and uses in that area to be part of the city's economic development plan, which will be forthcoming, I believe, starting next year. Just two more points. There's a shuttle system discussion. Council loves the idea, but they weren't interested in directly funding it using city monies to do so. And lastly, there's a community design element that there's a discussion point in the general, you have all these various elements of the general plan. And we had a conversation point whether or not it deserved its own standalone element or should be brought in or folded into the land use element. And the long story was that the council just wanted to retain it. So with that, I believe that we were going to stop to entertain public comments on this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Stephen. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to questions from the commission, and then we'll move to questions from the public on that section of the meeting.
Stephen, thank you for that presentation. That was very, very helpful. Something I noticed, we don't seem to have a specific land use category for hotels, but those seem to have a significantly higher land use intensity, significantly higher far than the other commercial uses. Are we planning on doing anything about that?
Well, I mean, the hotel use is encapsulated within the general commercial land use the land use designation and zoning district, and I believe also the C1 neighborhood commercial. So you don't necessarily need to create a distinct land use designation to contemplate those uses occurring. If you're getting at the idea of, in terms of anticipating the build out of the city on specific sites, we could probably evaluate what percentage of sites we believe would be most likely to turn over and turn into hotels if an increased floor area ratio standard to be raised without creating a more specific zoning designation. That said, we are evaluating creating new mixed use zoning designations. And as part of that effort, we might be evaluating different zoning in general, but not at this time.
Okay, I guess specifically I'm asking, I believe the general commercial designation will has an FAR of 1.5. Is that, do I have that right?
So presently, kind of going, well, I don't know if I have that particular table available, but presently the city's general commercial is limited to 0.4. So that's the maximum floor area ratio for general commercial. So we're actually advising that we increase that as part of the environmental impact report purposes, at least, to 1.0 for study and analysis. So that would be then providing for hotels to be up to 1.0 in the future. And that's kind of that's consistent with what we were seeing in the previous slide, which is showing those hotel uses were coming in a range of 0.72 to 0.13. And at 8.5 being the average, 1.0 would encapsulate that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
Yeah, going back to the, we have the city of Campbell and other Bay Area communities showing what they have. It's like in the commercial area, Campbell's 0.37, ranging up to 0.43, and Bay Area communities are similar, around 0.4. Yet we're suggesting raising our commercial from 0.4 to 1.0. So seems to me there's a disconnect there.
Yeah, I can clarify. I mean, on 2 points. One is we're not recommending this be the permanent standard that we would be proposing at this time. We're looking at it for study and analysis. The second thing to keep in mind is within these ranges, kind of like what Commissioner Buckbinder had mentioned, there are a variety of uses which are captured. So although you're looking at retail activity being reflecting a lower standard, the general commercial also facilitates offices, which are, you're seeing in the table, coming in at a higher number. So the idea being if general commercial can support an exclusively office building or office use, that zoning district should be, that land use designation rather, should be studied at the highest possible floor area ratio, if that helps.
Well, I don't understand because office is separate, is a separate item versus commercial.
It is, and if I can clarify that further, so the city has a professional office land use designation, which is distinct from the general commercial. What the purpose of that exercise was intended to achieve was we were trying to say, what do real office buildings build at, what floor area ratio, and what do retail buildings realistically build at? So if we were to assign, say, a floor area ratio of 1.0 and study it, and would see what the build out would be in a general commercial setting, more likely than not, if projects were to actually come in the future and build at 1.0, you'd be seeing the office buildings being built, not the retail buildings coming in at 1.0. A retail building would be more likely than not coming in closer to what the other study was showing, 0.4 to 0.5, somewhere in that range. So yeah, I mean, it is a distinction, and it is kind of a complication of the fact that our land use designations do encapsulate multiple uses. We're trying to capture the use which is the most intensive of those included.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So along the same line, so I just want to make sure I understand. Professional office, same as general commercial, fine. What about office, low, medium density residential? Is that like home offices? Is that what you, I
So
don't
it-
quite understand that category.
Great question. So it's actually one of the city's mixed use land use designations. So it's a combining designation. So the intent of that designation is to provide for either a combination of lower density residential use as an office, or potentially exclusively the development of an office or a low density residential project. So it's not a mandate. So we have a separate discussion about, I imagine, the future about creating mixed use land use designations which require a mixed use component.
I see.
That particular land use designation allows for an either or.
I
So
see.
it could be built at a medium density residential
office.
or exclusively office. And because office is included, similar conclusions being reached where we're saying 1.0 should be studied because that's the highest potential floor area ratio for that particular activity.
Okay, I understand that. Now, another question is regarding earlier in your presentation, you said the 6 to 13 is going to go away and you're going to stick with like 20 dwelling per acre or something to that effect. How does that work with low to medium density residential densities?
Yeah, so I can, so the comment being made is in relation to the north of Campbell Avenue area plan.
Oh, I see.
So within that specific area of the community,
Uh-huh.
the frontage along Harrison, the first 66 feet is limited to that particular
see.
density range.
So it was only for that section. of
Only
it.
that very limited
Got it.
run of property. And the idea being is we can accommodate that through other means if the planning commission felt this was warranted to address.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Craig?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, Stephen, just, and I know it's got to be in the report, so in terms of SOCA and NOCA, removing the FAR encourages lot consolidation. How so?
Yeah, so both the NOCA and the SOCA plan include like a table. So the idea being very small sites have very low maximum floor area ratio allowances. So the larger the lot becomes, you unlock greater and greater floor area ratios. So the idea is by partnering up with a neighbor or more than one neighbor, you can achieve a greater and greater floor area ratio. The idea of this is a way of encouraging the consolidation of multiple smaller lots. So that's consistently seen through SOCA 1 through SOCA 5, I think with the exception of 3, and the whole north of Campbell Avenue
Okay,
area plan.
okay.
So if we want to encourage lot consolidation through floor area ratio, what we're indicating in the report is that we could do that citywide. I mean, by land use designation, you could be encouraging or creating a scaling ratio dependent on your lot size. You don't necessarily need an area plan to effectuate that type of policy direction.
Are we looking at SOCA and NOCA as potential mixed-use zones that might have residential as well?
So I don't believe that we're at the stage of discussing which specific sites will be mixed use. At this time, we're mostly contemplating densities, although we have picked up on themes, which we'll talk about a little bit later as part of the housing element portion of the presentation. To get back to your, the question at hand,
Would
like,
we, encourage mixed-use zone in the SOCA and NOCA areas? Is that an area where we see possible residential along with?
I wouldn't say necessarily floor area ratios encourage mixed use. I mean, I would say generally having greater development potential and lower land improvement ratios. So by allowing for a greater density and allowing for mixed use activity, I would broadly offer that the NOCA plan already allows mixed use activity,
Okay. all
right? So I mean,
okay.
we wouldn't be introducing something new by allowing mixed use activity there. It's already a mixed use
I think
area.
there should be. Oh, no, that's good. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, no further questions from the planning commission. So now I'll open it up to the public for questions on this section of the meeting. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this section? Okay. And if you are online, please raise your hand if you have any questions for Stephen. No questions. All right. Moving on then to the next item.
Okay, next part of the presentation, we're going to shift to our consultant staff. Reintroduce, I think commission's met before, David Hogan, and then also in the audience, you'll see shortly is Jeff Bradley. So both of them will be presenting the housing element portions. Off to David.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Dave Hogan, M Group. My part of the presentation is just to bring the commission up to date with how we've gotten to where we've gotten, to make sure that the commissioners and members of the public kind of are refreshed. As you all know, we started out with ARENA, the Regional Housing Need Assessment Allocation. ABAG decided that Campbell should plan for 2,977 units. HCD recommends that we add a 15 to 30% buffer at this point. Staff and us and the consultant team are recommending a starting point of 30. That puts us up to almost 3,900 units. Now, as part of that, we want to reduce that total amount by projects that are currently in the pipeline but not constructed, less accessory dwelling units, and less SB 9 units. So that puts us down to approximately 3,300 units. So when we're looking at our housing opportunity sites, those 3,300 units is what we have been targeting to plan for. Now, when we started looking at sites, these are the type of sites that we were looking at doing. Looking at the fifth element sites that hadn't been constructed with housing. Vacant sites, obviously, underutilized sites, large parking lots that may not have a reason to be used for parking, schools, religious facilities, as well as city-owned sites, and finally sites that the property owner had expressed an interest in converting to housing. So this is the universe that we started with when we began this process. We also were going through looking at what are called AFFH, and that's affirmatively furthering fair housing. I will only be using the acronym from this point on because that's a mouthful every time I say it. So we had a number of criteria dealing with AFFH, access to transit, access to parks, access to commercial areas in general, access to food stores, and access to schools. And then we subtracted from that areas that either were concentrated areas of poverty, as well as areas where there were overcrowding. And those areas are really north of Hamilton Avenue. On a census tract basis, the actual areas are in San Jose, but we're operating on a census tract level. So what this exhibit shows you is the areas, when we're all done looking at those scores, the 6 to 7 and the basically 4 to 7 are areas that have a lot of those resources available within a half-mile radius or within the equivalent of a 10-minute walk. So this is an important thing to remember as we're going through. Densities. As we've gone through this process, the state law started the default affordable density of 20 units per acre, unless Santa Clara County gets a population of over 2 million. In that case, it becomes 30. 27 is the current high density residential in the general plan. We were also looking at the GPAC's recommended plan has 45 units per acre. And going through this process, we thought that looking at some higher targeted densities, 60 units per acre to revitalize shopping centers and along some of our major arterials, and as high as 75 units per acre in close proximity to the light rail stations. And this just provides a kind of visual example of what we're looking at in terms of the density and intensity based upon some exhibits. So 30, you're looking at townhouses, maybe small apartments. 30, you're looking at mid-size apartments, up to 45, all the way up to 60 and 70, where you're looking at taller, potentially mixed-use structures. This is just kind of an example to demonstrate when you see those density bands on the maps later, kind of visualize these as what the maximum build out would be. Now, when it was presented to the commission and council, we presented 5 options, looking at just the preferred land use map approach, modified to the proposed general plan. But really what both the commission and council thought was the best was, let's do a hybrid of options 3, 4, and 5. Higher density near transit, higher density near shopping centers and along the commercial corridors. And this option gave us a little over 7,000 units during our initial summary. That's more than twice of what we're actually looking for. So what that means is, as we're going through the process, we're really at a point where the direction we had was, let's choose the best sites. So what it means is we don't have to accept every site on the inventory. We're really looking for feedback in terms of what the commission thinks are the best sites. And this just shows some of the options in terms of where things we're looking at. It's either the purple or the blue colors on options 4 and 5, and then the orange options around the transit stations. Now, the feedback we got from the commission is approval of using AFFH factors to locate a majority of the housing opportunity sites. We're not looking at it as an absolute, but HCD is going to be looking at, have we located housing opportunity sites, the majority of them, in the area where you have those resources. The commission liked 3, 4, and 5, and actually later so did the council. They supported looking at more detailed site criteria, as well as developing shopping centers in a mixed-use format, looking at some of the smaller mixed-use developments in the San Tomas area, which is also in the current plan, and recommended that we evaluate the viability of individual sites. And a lot of what we're bringing back to you tonight is our first cut of viability. City Council, this is their feedback based upon your recommendations. Again, 3, 4, and 5. Consider existing businesses, services, and adjacent land uses. More of the what are called the missing middle units, the townhouses, units in the 20 units per acre range. Explore using some of the city sites, for example, the First Street Garage. There's a vacant site here at the Civic Center. And then looking at some of the larger properties that have been expressed, that developer expressed interest in, such as the Campbell Technology Park. And then they wanted us to look to provide pros and cons on the city-owned sites. And there was also a concern about how state density bonus law would fit into a lot of that. There is also some ideas that we should be reaching out further to property owners, and based upon the direction tonight, staff will be reaching out to our preferred sites. As you know, we've been going through an extensive public involvement process. We've had 4 community meetings to date, plus the commission and council meetings. After the first couple of public outreach meetings, we've added a Spanish language survey. The original survey was only in English. There's been contacts with school districts, and there have been feedback meetings with affordable housing developers, market rate developers, Chamber of Commerce. And then on December 1st, we had a feedback with the community on the sites that the commission will be looking at tonight. And this was in the staff report, there is a more lengthy discussion, but these are, we think are the main takeaways. The general consensus was higher density around the VTA stations made sense. Looking at providing standards, transitional density, transitional standards that if the commission and council agree with us, we will be looking at later as we go through the development of the housing element. But not only along Winchester, but also along Bascom and parts of Hamilton. There was a concern about putting additional housing on the Campbell Community Center site. There was a parking lot there that we had thought had the potential. The community didn't necessarily support that. We don't, at this point, to meet our 3,300 units or 5,000 as it may be, we don't need to include that site. So the thought was, well, let's hold that off for now. They wanted us to consider the age and viability of the existing uses on the site. And then there was somewhat more esoteric concern that we had a single land use category of between 20 and 45 units. And the thought was that's too big of a range. So we will be proposing kind of splitting that in half, 20 to 29, 30 to 45, something like that. At this point, of the introduction, we want to see if you have any questions on what I've presented. After this, we're going to go in and start looking at specific sites. So I am available.
Thank you very much. Questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Rivlin.
Yes, question for the presenter. After those adjustments, what was the final number again that you'd reached, or the maximum?
Well, based upon the initial screening, we were a little over 7,000.
Okay.
At this point, I think we're down around 6,500 somewhere.
And we needed the 2,900 to meet the requirement, but you're
We need
recommending
about 3,300
3,300.
to meet the RENA and have an extra buffer that will give the city decision makers a little flexibility in terms of dealing with future housing projects. What the buffer does is it allows the city to approve a project at below the target density and still meet your RENA requirement. It really gives the city decision makers some flexibility.
It sounds
on
like
an individual project.
There's
basis.
even additional flexibility because you're at that 6,500 number. So an additional follow-on question for staff. Tonight, are we intended to reduce our number, or should we just stay at 6,500 because we could do it?
Well, this will be the, Rob Eastwood, Community Director. It'll be the next part of the presentation, so probably the big answer is.
All right,
hey,
I'm smiling. Thank you.
We'll get to that. And I think the intention tonight is to, one, get the commission into these themes and the sites and get your feedback. We haven't done that yet. And two is to start narrowing. Now, the question is, what is the target? And we'll talk more about that. HCD has recommended 30% buffer, which, as mentioned by staff and consultant, is 3,300. We've looked at our past housing elements, and this will be covered again. I'll just go over it quickly, and some other factors. So for a benchmark, our past element, we only developed about 30%, looking Stephen to confirm, of our housing sites. So if you even take that number, it would pretend, well, maybe you need a buffer, more sites, right? Because less will develop. So initially, staff's thoughts are for the council and commission to think about, well, perhaps somewhere between 3,300 and 5,000 should be a target you should land. It gives more room and some more options. Some of this is iterative. We'll see how many sites we end up with in the end. But to answer your question, Commissioners Rivlin, the intention tonight is to, again, get into the sites and to start narrow them down on the best sites to pick.
That's good direction. I'll listen for, I didn't realize it was the next segment. Thanks.
Yeah, there's a lot to come still. I'm just providing an introduction.
As a, thank you very much for the presentation.
Sorry.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I think there was a hand up here, Commissioner.
Okay, I'll just go real quick then. Dave, I should have, so that we got the 6,500 units. I know we're going to get to that. And you also talked about later approaching individual property owners. We didn't break out that 6,500 in terms of below market rate and market rate housing. So it's just kind of a general number.
Correct. We're just starting with the whole universe of potential sites.
And here's the question I should ask you on day one is, so I'm trying to think, in the past RENA cycles, Campbell and most of the area has been pretty good on what RENA calls above moderate housing, which I take it is market rate housing.
Correct.
And Campbell itself has been pretty good at that, correct? But for
Yes.
this cycle, because we're running out of sites, et cetera, are we still looking for a lot of market rate housing? I'm just talking very general.
The RENA requirement still has still shows about 40% as market rate.
And we think that we need to take extra measures to get even the market rate housing.
At this point, that's more of a decision maybe from the
Is
director.
that a little
of
bit,
the
is that next? I'll wait.
Yeah, there's more to come. I'd say in general, most of the jurisdictions in this county have had no problem with market rate. If you zone it, it's available. They'll come in and build it. Our big challenge is affordable, and we have a lot of programs we're going to have to talk about how to get that affordable number. For market rate, we've talked to a lot of market rate developers. We still think there's a lot of work to do on helping the process. We've got a lot of feedback on barriers to our codes and process that we have to talk about. But to your question and what David said, we still have to zone and be available for about half of our RENA, 40% for market rate.
Right, but the biggest challenge and problem is on the below market rate housing.
Absolutely.
Obviously. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Very, very hard to build
That's the
affordable.
context that I think helps when we're talking about this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Gray. Commissioner Bookbinder.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hogan, for that excellent presentation. You mentioned wanting to encourage smaller unit sizes. Let me know if this is too much in the weeds, but how do we propose to do that when we're denominating density by units per acre? It seems to produce an inherent tendency to make larger units, because if that's your if that's your upper bound, you're going to make the largest units you can, because units sell by the square foot.
So I'll answer.
Are we shooting ourselves in the foot there?
Yeah, again, that was just community feedback, and I'd say there's a lot more to come. It's probably the initial answer to all these questions. For this one, I'd say we're probably not going to go into tonight. One future tool we want to take a really hard look at is affordable housing overlay zones. And in those zones, you design density in unit sizes that tailors the market for affordable housing units. So I just say, save the question. We'll come back to it. It's probably not going to happen until January, February, but we'll come back to a tool for that.
Thank you. I just want to make sure somebody's aware of that. So thank you. All set.
Yes, Commissioner, what's one of the things in the back of our mind as we move forward?
All right, no other question. Oh, one more question.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
First of all,
Sister.
I just want to make sure that we do have later on somewhat of a robust discussion about the buffer in terms of increasing the buffer. So I'll wait on that. I did have a question about the AFFH criteria. So there's five criteria regarding proximity and access. And a question I have is, it's apparent we don't have to meet all those criteria. There must be a rating system of some sort, because as an example, access a 10-minute walk to schools. I'm assuming that would include requiring a 10-minute walk to a high school. And in Campbell, there is no 10-minute walk to a high school. Actually, the only place you can walk to a high school is Westmont, which is in the southwest corner, where we have basically no parcels, almost no parcels. So for the vast majority of the inventory that we're talking about, we have no 10-minute access to a high school in Campbell, because there are no high schools in Campbell, and the only one that's close is Westmont. So my question is, we obviously don't need to meet all those 5 criteria. There must be some kind of give and take on that. Am I right or not? Because if I'm not.
Yeah, no, it's not an absolute criteria. The principles of AFFH are to put additional affordable housing in areas with more resources, because historically that hasn't always happened. So by going through the AFFH process, we've identified areas in the community with more resources. HCD is going to look at, have we put a substantial number of our affordable units in areas that are resource rich, and have we tried to avoid putting all of them in resource poor areas? So you kind of have to look at the conglomerate of the whole rather than focus on an individual element. And you're right, a 10-minute walk to high schools is rare, just because their service areas are so large.
Yeah, well, and Campbell's particularly a problem, because it's just not there. It's just not there. And I guess my question was about, once we submit to HCD, whether or not that's going to be a sticking point, without them understanding that we just, by the nature of the way our city is laid out and the schools are available. We got lots of elementary schools and middle schools all over the place, but the high school thing is a strange situation for a city of 40,000 not to have we used to have one, but not anymore.
I don't think I ever lived within a 10-minute walk of any high school or middle school I ever attended. Elementary, some of them, but a lot of them even not then.
Okay.
But
I
yeah.
just wanted to bring it up as a point.
Yeah, you raise a good point. It's something that I know we can work through HCD on.
I had one more thing I wanted to bring up, just as a side note. I somehow managed to live within a 10-minute walk of elementary, middle, and high schools when I was growing up.
Congratulations.
Old Milltown on the East Coast. Are we increasing residential FARs? I noticed on the VTA letter of interest, they suggested not only a density of 75 to 100 dwelling units an acre, but also a FAR 3 to 5 near their stations. And our residential FARs top out at 0.55 currently.
I think that's a general plan issue that Stephen would be
Yeah,
better to
I'll
answer.
jump in on it. So we're not at that point yet. Again, it's more to come, that kind of same discussion point. I'd say right now what we're trying to study is non-residential floor area ratios. So that the 1.0 that we kept talking about earlier, that was in relation to all those office and industrial activities. The reason being is that we're trying to get the environmental impact report going and the traffic impact analysis and all the impacts that come with it to try to study what the implications of these land use changes are. And for housing unit production, it's not studied based on floor area ratio for that, those studies. They're based on unit counts. So we will have opportunities later. We'll be going into a lot of policy set discussions next year, individual design criteria, objective standards, all of that is to come. We're going to be looking at creating new mixed-use development standards, multifamily residential development standards, and all of those could look at things like unit sizes, maximum floor area ratio, average unit sizes. We'll have opportunities.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we weren't, I guess, shooting ourselves in the foot at this point, but it sounds like that we'll get to that and we're not foreclosing opportunities at this point.
Great. Thank you for those questions. I think we'll move on to the next section now.
Yes, ma'am. Jeff Bradley will discuss the individual sites.
Evening, Chair, Commissioners, staff. Corinne. Okay, this is the fun part. We get to look at sites. And as we look at sites, we want to hopefully have a broad planning perspective and think about how all these individual things can contribute and build up to a greater whole. So we're calling these themes, all intended to help continue and strengthen Campbell's strong sense of place, sense of community, community development opportunities, and themes that intersect with these planned housing sites whenever possible. Asking for your help in recommending any modifications to make sure planned new housing projects have an appropriate density given the context of the locations. We all know Campbell is only 6 square miles, but it contains a multitude of land uses and interfaces and different neighborhoods that have different feelings and different physical layouts, which helps build that sense of place. And then also, as your previous discussion, I was starting to get into the idea of possibly paring down some of these sites so that we really are picking the best of the best. So we've identified 6 different community building themes. And I'm going to transition to the next slide and talk to that. Is there any way to make that bigger? There we go. Perfect. So the first one is East Campbell Avenue. And it's just over a mile from the community center to the prune yard. And so the city has done a lot of work over the decades, establishing Campbell Avenue as the main street for downtown and for the community, and has extended that across the creek with the portals that board under the highway and open up the prune yard to the downtown, and the significant investments in the community center, and really reinvigorate that idea of having that grand boulevard that ties that whole area together. It's very walkable, very bikeable, mixed use with shops on the ground floor and offices and residential housing opportunities above floor level as well, and really create that really strong dynamic downtown Campbell that we all love. Theme 2 is the idea of creating really a mixed use transit area around the Hamilton station. That's the kind of the swirly purple one there, and really take advantage of that station and some of the larger sites that are underutilized or could be put to higher purposes in new mixed use development in an area that could obviously see improvements in walkability and pedestrian friendliness. And then in a similar vein, theme 3 down at the bottom, a little more compact. The Winchester Station area really should have its own focused planning effort to really make that area gel. Now that we've had the station for over the last 10, 15 years, we haven't really seen compatible and sympathetic transit-oriented development happening around it. There's been some small multi-story mixed-use developments in that, just on the edge of that area, but nothing really right in that immediate area. Theme 4 is off to the side there, and the idea is there is to create, and this really came out of the community process, the focus groups and the community meetings, is people looking at that shopping center and saying, hey, that could be a really great gathering spot for the local neighborhood. So the addition of housing, the addition of more commercial space, really taking that center to the next level. And theme number 5 is really capitalizing on one of Campbell's strengths, is its centrality in the valley, the major streets that are heavy arterial traffic thoroughways, but still have a good character to them. You know you're in Campbell when you're traveling on those streets, and really reinforcing that with new development that can really frame the street. We're starting to see some of that on Bascom, some of that on Winchester, not as much as on Hamilton, but pieces of it can really be pulled together into a greater whole. And then finally, in line with direction from the council and what we've heard from the community, as well as the planning commission, is really opportunities to look throughout the entire city for housing opportunities. Okay, I think I messed it up. I can't get it to advance after I pinched it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is a focused look at those same areas. Just to be clear, the areas we're talking about are that stretch between the community center, the downtown, the light rail station, all the way out to Bascom. A lot of opportunity there. Okay, after this one, I'll stop touching it. There we go. And that's that station area, planning area we talked about around the Hamilton Elementary Station. That ties into some of the work of the general plan advisory committee, what Stephen had talked about, the city council interested in a Hamilton Avenue specific plan. And then the Winchester area could also benefit from a focused planning effort, but really the housing element on its own can do a lot of the heavy lifting as well. In the shopping center at San Tomas, and the corridors that obviously have their own distinct orientation and sense of place, but then they also intersect with each other and kind of tie the community together. And then overall, the ongoing effort to identify opportunities throughout the city. We have a pretty good spread, but obviously we see a concentration north and east of the downtown, along Winchester and those major streets. But we do get a smattering in the other areas as well. So the next step, we're going to zoom in. We organize this just geographically to make it more manageable. But we're going to zoom in on these 5 areas and really try to get detailed input from the planning commission tonight on sites. So this is that Winchester Boulevard area that we're talking about. The station is the little train icon there in the center, obviously. And you have the Safeway Shopping Center right across the street here. Sorry, it's a little jumpy. Right, everyone knows where that is. That's been a housing element site for probably the past 2 cycles at least. And there's a lot of land area there that represents a good opportunity. And then up Winchester, we've identified that at 45 units per acre maximum, whereas the transit-oriented development has the 75 units per acre maximum designation. And that was a conscious effort to take a contextual approach and start to bring the densities down a little bit as you get more into those direct rear property line interfaces that we see on up and down Winchester, where you have the fairly shallow commercial lots historically. Now we're talking about multi-story mixed-use development, where we need to be mindful of that transition to the neighborhoods to the west as well as to the east. And then that red property there, this is at the intersection, or it's bounded by the railroad tracks on this side, on the southeastern side. And then Kennedy cuts across the top. And I believe it's industrial, cutting up and down. And it's basically a little sort of intact industrial area with some service businesses, auto repair, warehouse, machine shops, contractors. And on a map, it looks like it would be a good transit-oriented development site. And that's why originally we had it on there as a candidate. But you dig deeper and the lots are really small. There's some pretty significant 2-story solid kind of industrial buildings with offices over warehouses. And even though it looks really close to the station, it's kind of a roundabout walk to actually get to it. So maybe the next housing cycle, that area would be more ripe for development. But it seems like a pretty thriving, active employment area. And obviously businesses that provide important services. So we're recommending, that's why it's kind of has that shaded hashing. We're recommending that we remove that one from the list at this time. And then jumping over to the freeway, to the large green wedge shape there, that's obviously the Campbell Technology Park. That's a 17-acre property occupied by an R&D 2-story, 4 or 5 building complex, large service parking lot. Very strong property owner interest in converting that to housing. And we're kind of treating it as sort of on the bubble at this point. We're not formally recommending its removal or retention. It's a really good conversation piece. And we're really keen to hear what the Planning Commission thinks about that property, especially given the size of it. At the 30 dwelling units per acre, we have factored in there, you're looking at 500 units, and that's significant in this context. It checks some of the boxes as a good affirmatively further for housing site, but then for some things it's a little bit outside of that. It's fairly close to the prune yard. It's close to fairly close to a middle school, an elementary school, not a 10-minute walk, more like a 20 or 25-minute walk. And the access, of course, you're driving through an industrial area to get to it. But then there's a park right in front of it there, Edith Morley Park. So it's an interesting case. It abuts residential on 2 sides. It fronts on the park. It has a small amount of frontage on the industrial off Christchurch, and then of course it has the freeway frontage. So we'll go through all these, and then we can come back and get comments on each one, unless you'd like to stop on each map and do a.
I think we want to go through the whole thing and then circle back around.
Got it. So on Bascom, there's a lot going on here. I'm going to focus on the sites we're recommending for removal, and try to use the mouse again. So there's two small parcels here, and we're recommending removal. Can everyone see that?
in the crosshairs there. Small parcels, two-story office buildings, fairly new, fairly high, what we call improvement value or building value ratio compared to the land value. Typically, a newer building will have a fairly high value, whereas an underutilized property, the land value would be much higher than the improvement or the building value. And so we'll mention that several times when we're going through these. And then shifting over to this larger chunk here, this is the Shell station on the corner with the Staples that wraps around it, and then the two-story office building in the back that you see when you kind of come into that side entrance on Home Depot. And again, this would be a great mixed-use site within the quick walk across the transit station, assuming we come up with a plan to get safely across two on-ramps and off-ramps. But we're recommending removal of this site for the simple reason that the Shell station is on record of having a 25-year lease on that property. They were before either your body or the council recently talking about that. A Staples is a large national chain. They presumably had a long-term lease, and the two-story office building site apparently is in for development for, I think, a hotel that you guys were just talking about. So there's a lot going on there, but most of it involves continuation of those existing uses. And so given that we're up in the 7,000 range, and we think we need to filter down and funnel down to a 5,000 range, we're starting to make those kind of recommendations. And then jumping over to this side of the station, this site is a two-story office buildings, brick facade, occupied by Fidelity, really high improvement value. And even though it's so close to the station, it's hard to visualize that redeveloping in the next 8 years. And we did get some input from the property owner's representative talking about how unlikely it would be that that property would change. And then based on some of the council input about concerns about taxes, revenues, fiscal health of the city, keeping an eye on that. We recommend removal of the two-story retail building on the corner. We have Verizon and the City Florist, the big white building with the parking lot. Very, very high value building, just in terms of the tax rolls, but also presumably a good tax generator for the city. And then going down towards the prune yard, we were recommending to take off the Jack in the Box, small site, national tenant, probably not shifting soon. Removing this large two-story office building and that kind of rounded shape on the top. Same reason, a high value building. And then these two rectangles here are actually existing three-story apartment buildings that are over the maximum density that the city currently has. And they got onto the list because they were sites during the 5th cycle, and we sort of automatically shifted all those sites over to the new cycle. But when we dive deeper, we generally don't want to identify sites like that because of displacement issues, that we can only count the net increase. So if we lost 100 units and we gained 150 units, that would only be, you can only count 50, plus just the human element of people telling people that their home is now, a site for redevelopment. And then we used to show the entire prune yard as an opportunity site, but now that we've focused it in on these two black rectangles here, about an acre and a quarter each. We didn't pick those locations. Those were offered by the property owner on a map saying, these are the spots we want to build housing. We added staff recommended is now showing this site on the corner. Similar size to what the property owner offered, but taking advantage of that concept of making a strong statement along Campbell Avenue and Bascom, and really reinforcing both the commercial corridor and the Grand Boulevard of Campbell Avenue. That's the first time I've ever called Campbell Avenue Grand Boulevard. So if you don't like it, just let me know. Try it out, you guys. And then this site down here, that's also a fifth cycle site that we wanted to reuse. But it's a bit of an odd duck where it's a very large 3-story multi-tenant office building, Class A office, very nice. Hard to imagine that being torn down. But the idea at the time, the last cycle, was to utilize a portion or on top of the existing parking structure in the back. And it's a really low slung parking structure where they kind of dug down halfway and then built a deck above it. And so it doesn't take up much space. It's easy to kind of visualize something happening on top of that parking structure, but I think it didn't happen over the last 8 years, so it's probably doubtful it's going to happen over the next. Yes, sir. That's Lincoln Park, right? See that? Yeah. That's 3 stories, right? No? 2? 3? Okay. Okay. So those are the main changes we're recommending here. So then we shift over to Central Campbell. You'll notice there's quite a bit of overlap between some of these maps. So we already covered those ones. And so I'm gonna focus on the middle and to the left. And so this one, which I think is 56 on the maps. I don't know if you guys can read your numbers on your maps or not. This is a low slung single story office complex. I haven't spent a lot of time there, but I feel like it might have a medical dental kind of focus. And then there's 2 restaurants out on these 2 corners. And so we're recommending that we drop this corner. This is Mamma Mia's at 172. I can't remember the name of this restaurant. I think it's a newer one. Dropping this one here at Hamilton and Winchester. This is a Burger King. So that's similar to the Jack in the Box situation. Plus, technically this area north of Hamilton, west of Winchester is within that disadvantaged area that Dave Hogan talked about, where the census tract is mostly in San Jose, but then picks up this neighborhood. And given the sites that we were carrying into this, we thought that was a good candidate for removal. Suggesting removing this site. This is a large church just north of the home church property, and then removing the Kentucky Fried Chicken on the corner. That seems to get remodeled every 10 or 15 years, so it must be doing well. That's the changes on that. Oh, sorry, I missed this one over here. Recommending these 2 parcels be removed at the knuckle here of Salmar, just as you're heading into the downtown from Home Depot. One of them is a pretty substantial 2-story building that's been fixed up pretty nice and appears to be a good neighbor for this housing here. The other building is a real old-fashioned corrugated metal industrial building with a real distinctive sawtooth roof pattern. So it's a cool building, but the reason we're recommending that it come off the list, it's also home to one of the city's top 25 sales tax producers. And so to be responsive to the council's concern about that, we took it off. We recommend that it take it off. And then this series of properties here were added fairly recently, really in support of the theme that we developed with the staff of like, okay, let's get out of the tunnel vision business of just looking at each parcel individually and look at it through a broader lens. We thought that these sites historically have always been thought of as key to building up that sense of arrival in downtown Campbell, extending the downtown feeling along East Campbell Avenue towards the Prune Yard and making that connection. And so you have the little shopping center with the liquor store and the tile shop. And then you jump over to Lloyd Square, which used to be Bradley Video, no relation. And that owner has expressed interest as well. And then you jump over to Graylands, which is a large, single-story, low-slung, kind of outdated office complex. And then it gets really interesting with this parcel right on the edge that we're recommending removal, even though we just added it, because it's really just a sliver of land, and then it's just straight down into the creek. And so that's really not an appropriate spot for any development, really. Right now, there's just a skinny little building that kind of just hugs the edge of the sidewalk and kind of juts out a little bit over the creek. So that's probably more than you want to know about that one. We do this one already? No. Okay, this is Hamilton Avenue and San Tomas Expressway. So originally we had, that's another Jack in the Box, I believe. Right? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jim. And then over here, okay, I'm gonna start on the left and work to the right. So this one on the left is the Hash House, and that's a great restaurant for breakfast, and you never want to lose those. And sorry, Rob's gonna kick me for that one. No, we have strict criteria. There's a very high, fairly decent improvement value on the building itself, and fairly small parcel. And then also being responsive to the council's concern about context and finding a balance in the commercial corridors between, the existing businesses that are so vital and important to the city, and the need to grow and change and evolve. And so then this flows into a larger shopping center, multi-tenant, several additional very good restaurants in there. And then do we still call it the Payless Shoe Store?
It was the Payless Center, but they recently signed a bank.
There's recently a bank, okay. And so we're recommending, you could make an argument for these as good sites, but given how many, the total universe of units we're looking at, they kind of felt like they're a little bit on the bubble. So we're recommending they come off. And then the only site here that would change is recommending is there's this very well-established Montessori school. And we kind of developed a little bit of a theme around not displacing childcare or schools or churches, just because the sheer community value that those types of businesses or enterprises, organizations provide to the community. And they really have a hard time finding locations typically. Okay, so now we're jumping over to Santa Masakino Road and Campbell Avenue on the western edge of town as you're going towards Westgate. And so we've tightened up the graphics on the Santa Mas Shopping Center to just show, similar to the Prune Yard, the smaller discrete area that the property owner said, if there was a viable path to develop mixed use, it would be in that back corner where the major tenants couldn't really object to issues over the parking lot, because the parking lot essentially would be maintained. So a little different than what we've been thinking, but there seems like there's some good logic behind it. Since we cut back from looking at the big site, it didn't seem to make as much sense to include the small corner parcel with the paint store, which seems to be a typical, long-term lease, high improvement value, pushing it out of the good candidate site category. And then going across the road to the Goodwill store, we still have that as a site, but we are recommending the removal of the church next to it and the daycare facility next to that. Then we go to South Campbell, more commonly known as the San Tomas neighborhood, which is larger than this map, but this is definitely part of it. So starting down on Winchester, this is a recycling of the Fifth Avenue sites of this collection of 5 parcels here, containing at least 7 separate auto repair facilities. And then we're recommending removal again of the daycare on the corner. And then number 7 is actually a half-acre vacant lot with a bus stop right in front of it. So that's a great site. We've, in response to council direction to find more sites in this area, we, based on property owner interest, we identified these 4 parcels that kind of bracket that intersection of Burroughs and Hacienda, where the bus comes down and makes that turn. Sorry. And again, there's a bus stop right between those 2 parcels on Burroughs. So that's something that these sites have in common with number 7 closer to Hacienda. And if you turn right on Santa Masakino and go up, you'll hit the Milk Farm store. And that site also is kind of on the edge, but making a focused effort to find sites in this area. We went back to the files, remembered that the property owner was actually interested in doing some type of mixed use or residential development there some years ago. The site is classically underdeveloped, underutilized, low improvement value for the buildings. And the fact that the one owner owns at least 3 parcels altogether, makes it actually a pretty good site. And then finally, off to the side there is a 2-acre vacant parcel that pretty much checks all the boxes. So summary, big number at the top. That's what we're carrying through all these maps that we've shown you at these densities we've identified, which we view as maximum densities, 7,000 units. If we start to think the Campbell Technology Park, given we have such a large collection of units, if that feels like a stretch, and the commission recommends we drop that, would put us down to 6,500 units. Jumping down to the bottom, the 3,300 unit is really the hard target we've identified. However, based on the fact that the more we research these properties, the more we talk to property owners and developers, the tendency is going to be to remove parcels. Some parcels are going to get defaulted out for one reason or another. So we're recommending not as the end goal, but at this stage in the process, to allow for additional research, including environmental analysis, as well as this due diligence of really figuring out what's going on with these properties. What we simply did is we multiplied 3,300 by 50% or 150%, and that comes out to 4,950. And at this stage in the process, we like round numbers, because if we give real detailed number, it looks really precise and scientific, and we're not quite there yet. So we're calling it 5,000 units. But that's a policy call. If the planning commission has a firm feeling that that number is too high or too low, I mean, we'll take that recommendation into heart, obviously, and carry it forward to the council.
So at this point, we were going to talk about the city-owned sites, but I think that was a lot to digest. So my recommendation would be to jump ahead to talk about the sites. Commission, if you want to take public feedback first on all this and then go back through the sites, that'd be our recommendation.
Great, thank you. We can take a 2-minute break, sure, by request. We'll resume at 7. All right, thanks, everybody. We will go ahead and resume now. So what we'll do now is we will open it up to the public for comment. And before we get into that, I wanted to take a moment to thank Mr. Bradley for his extensive report. And clearly it was very detailed in terms of the thought that went into excluding some of those sites to get down to that 5,000 number. Considering the tax roll for the city, existing businesses, existing tenants, schools, childcare, and other assets of high community value. So thank you for the diligence that went into that. So I will take a look here now at, looks like we have a few hands up. Would anybody who has a question, please raise your hand so we can get an assessment of.
And Chair Strasser, you might have people in the audience physically who might want to
Oh,
speak to.
yes. Okay, so we'll start with the folks in the room, and I have a couple speaker cards here. So John Field.
Commission, I am John Field. I'm the president of Cambridge Park HOA, also a longtime resident of Campbell. In fact, my family's a longtime resident of Campbell. In that case back there, you see where that yellow post-it is? That was my grandfather's general store on Campbell Avenue. He moved here in the Depression, so we have some history. And a lot of the previous meetings have been about keeping Campbell, and how can we do that when we need more housing? And I firmly agree that we need more housing. And I think these are really, really good presentations. So my couple quick comments for you is, first of all, I'm very encouraged that we have numbers that look like we may be able to meet requirements and maybe have some safety factor. What, in my mind, what this allows us to do is make thoughtful decisions now about how we really allocate these properties and these densities so that we can both meet numbers that we need, but allow the neighborhoods and the look and feel of Campbell to also be maintained. So this is very encouraging to me. So along those lines, I really like the idea of not doing anything at the community center. This is a big part of Campbell. And I think it would be really a mistake for us to do that. So I'm really happy that community feedback represented that. Also, the gravel lot by the Ainsley House may seem like a small consideration, but that's next to the Ainsley House. The city took a lot of time and effort to put the Ainsley House there on this property. It's part of our character here. So I would encourage not doing anything there. And finally, when we look at options 3, 4, and 5 and what sites qualify and what sites do not qualify, there's some in the southwest area that do not qualify, that are rated at the 20 unit number, but also the site 162 on Llewellyn really is in the same criteria. And so my suggestion would be, for consistency and also for appropriateness, that we bring that site down to the 20 level 2 to match the other sites. And you may hear more commentary on that one, but I really want to thank everyone here for a lot of really good work. I think, we've been going, myself and others, to these meetings now for a while, and I think a lot of progress is being made. So I just want to thank everybody here. I know it takes a lot of time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field. So next we have Mr. Sullivan, followed by Mr. Pasquinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is James Sullivan. I'm a resident of Campbell. Just touching upon what Mr. Fields had said, I want to commend Rob and his staff, Stephen, and the M Group. I think that they've done a great job reaching out to the community. I think I've gone to all the community meetings, all the study sessions, and it's a huge undertaking. I'm very impressed with what they've done. I'm here as a representative for 2 of the properties kind of that were shown or that are being recommended by staff. One, Mr. Fields was talking about number 162. It's the Uplift Family Services site. It's about a 5.5 acre site. And like a good developer, I have attempted to reach out to the homeowners kind of nearby, the HOAs, both to the north and south, as well as the kind of the neighborhood association. On your map, staff is recommending it. I believe it's up to a maximum density of 30 units per acre. I'm okay with Mr. Fields' comments as far as if that was to change to up to 20 units per acre. I have a couple of different plan thoughts that I've shared with the neighbors that I think townhome densities, 3-story type product, that would yield somewhere right around 18 units to the acre or so. And then the other site is site number 49. It's not in any of the theme areas, but it's kind of a free floating parcel on Virginia Avenue. And it's a vacant, slightly over 2 acre site. I think it's 2.2 acres. And it's a vacant site. So both of those sites, I just wanted to point out that there are willing buyers or willing sellers. One is vacant. One is what I'll say the Uplift Family Services site is an underutilized property. And I think that they would be great additions to Campbell and providing housing for this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
What is
Sullivan.
162 again? What is that?
The 2.2 acre site?
No, the number 162.
Oh, no, I thought it was 162, but I might be.
162, yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's it's the Uplift Family Services, what used to be Ming Kwong. It's on Llewellyn
okay.
Drive,
I
kind of
got you.
Latimer and Llewellyn.
I got you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Tim Pasquinelli.
Hi, I'm Tim Pasquinelli and I own the Campbell Technology Park. I too would like to thank the M Group and Rob and Stephen and obviously all of you commissioners. This is a very difficult task and a lot of work to do, but a lot of work and really good work has been done. Campbell Technology Park, we've owned it for about 15 years. It's 280,000 square feet on 17 acres, extremely underutilized. Our occupancy, in the 15 years we've owned it, we've only been 100% occupied one time, and that was for a period of about 3 months. Our current projected occupancy at the end of 2022 is in the low 30%. So really significant changes coming for the park. And it's certainly not for lack of trying. I don't know if you've been by the park or know it, but we've painted all the buildings, we've updated all the landscaping, we have redone all the lobbies of all the buildings. I mean, we've done everything that we know how to do, and I believe that we do it pretty well to make it a good site for office R&D. You know, the one thing I will say is it's called the Technology Park, but it's really a misnomer. Our biggest tenant in the park will be actually a CPA firm, and we have a construction company. Not a lot of technology going on in there, and not a lot. We've had interest from a counseling center for autistic kids. We've had, interest from a lot of smaller schools and daycare type providers. Not really good uses for the project, and certainly not technology. I think, as they pointed out, one of the criteria that they're looking at is obviously sites that have the ability and willingness to be redeveloped, and our site has both of those. We actually, so obviously, I believe it's the biggest site that's being presented. We can take down a lot of the, large chunk of that number fairly early and fairly easily with obviously the commission and council's recommendations. And we certainly would like to do that. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the park or about us if you'd like, whatever, but thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Chair, if I may ask Mr. Pasquale, sorry, I pronounced your name wrong, a couple of questions. One, I noticed that Technology Parkway Road type, it doesn't connect to Chris Tech Lane.
Right.
It seems to be like a wall in between. I know access is an issue. Do you know the history behind that?
So Christich Lane, I believe, is actually a private street. And so it's never, I think obviously city has the potential to use eminent domain to make it a public street. But it's never been open to us. There is a gate there. We do have an easement through, that's another part of it. So immediately adjacent to the Campbell Technology Park is a mobile home park. And then right behind them is all the apartments. We do have an easement for, safety to go through the mobile home park. So we do have plenty of access for fire and safety issues. I know that is a potential concern.
Okay, thank you. And one of your comments, you mentioned you've been approached for children's services such as autistic care for children. You referred to that as not appropriate, I think.
Yeah.
Could you give more
So
color? Because
it's sort of like a school for autistic children, more in that range, and it doesn't really work with an office R&D environment. The build out is unusual for our buildings. The use is unusual for our buildings. A lot of activity, a lot of people in and out of the building. So yeah, and we just have not. I don't know that a school would be even allowed there, and I think they would consider it a school.
yeah, no, I'm very cognizant those type of services are extremely short. They're critically short in the whole of the Bay Area.
Yeah.
So I was just interested in your comment.
Yeah, no, we would love to have had them in there. I think it's a great, a great service, but it just doesn't fit with what historically has been in those buildings.
Okay, thank you.
But sorry, but besides the CPA, what else is in the building or has historically been in the building?
Well, originally when we bought it, Qualcomm was in the biggest building, but they moved out shortly after we bought it. And we've had some startup, technology companies. We have a solar company in there now. We have obviously CPA firm, construction company. We have a software company in there. We have a couple of other, one was an equipment, computer equipment, not manufacturer, but facilitator. They are actually still there, but they're likely the next to go. I mean, they've already said that they're out looking at other spaces. They want to downsize considerably from what they have. Their founder passed away during COVID unexpectedly. So a lot of change. I think they were just acquired. So, that's.
And you said that next year you're projecting to be at 30% occupancy. What is it this year?
Right now, I think we're at 60, which it's changing monthly, unfortunately, because we have some rollover and stuff. I think we're in the low 60s right about now. I think we were at 68%. And I think now we're down to 61 or 2.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll be like 30.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Pasquinelli, so you're prepared to knock the buildings down and get it redeveloped?
Yes.
In simple terms?
Yes. I mean, obviously, given the right set of circumstances, absolutely.
Right.
With very simply, yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding, I've been out there, there's 2 accesses. There's an access, McGlinchey goes to Union, and
Correct.
McGlinchey goes to Kirtner, which takes you to Camden, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And it's like 2 minutes, like a 2-minute drive. Right?
It's a short walk. I think it's a 12-minute walk to the prune yard. 15-minute walk to the prune yard. You do have all the apartments on Union Avenue coming in. If you come in off Union Avenue, it's definitely not set up for an office park. It's much more industrial, but for residential, because of all the residential that's already there, it would blend in nicely. And with Edith Morley Park right there, right across the street, that's a beautiful park. And being, with Campbell Technology Park, you can really create something special there. I mean, a really, really special environment on that site. And that's what we would like to do.
I'm sorry, one more question. I apologize, this is a silly question, but how possible is it to build a bike pedestrian bridge to make it so you can get easily to downtown from there?
You know what? That's so great question. And obviously that's, you got to get Caltrans involved in that. There was one that was just complete, and I think that the number was like $25 million is what they spent on it. So it's not an insignificant amount of money, but it's doable, absolutely doable. That was just complete on over 101, I believe in Palo Alto or somewhere on the peninsula. And it's, it's absolutely doable. I mean, there's a couple you can see up and down, 17. So yeah, expensive, but doable. Anything else? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have a number of people online. So as usual, we're going to limit, if you can please keep your comments to a minute and a half. That would be great. So we'll start with Scott Connolly.
There we go. Hello, everybody. With a minute and a half, I'll be quick. I know this isn't a question and answer forum right now in this segment, but I do have a couple of questions that hopefully can get addressed at some point tonight. On the slides that the M group went through, I had a question of the density chart at the bottom. Is that a maximum density or a minimum density? That's important because on certain sites where attached townhomes are appropriate to be built, 30 DU an acre does not work. The typical range for attached townhomes is somewhere between 18 to 22 per acre. And with a perfectly square site and some good architects, you can push that to upwards of 24. And then I'd like to know how the city calculates density, if it's off the net or the gross, and any particulars with that. Also, earlier on in the meeting, the M Group talked about the Staples site across from Fry's on Hamilton. That landowner, Brandenburg LP, could not join the meeting tonight, but wanted me to confirm in their absence that they would like this site to be included on the inventory list. Earlier in the meeting, the M Group presenter stated incorrectly that there is likely a long-term lease on the property. It's a good assumption because Staples is a national tenant, but that is not correct in this instance. And in fact, this lease term has been managed so that the site can be redeveloped into housing. I'd like to make it clear that the Staples has approximately 4 years left on their lease with no options, and that this site will be able to be redeveloped prior to 2031. And I would urge the M Group and the Planning Commission to leave this site on the inventory list for the City Council to consider. And lastly, I'm wondering if this meeting is being recorded and how it will be able to be viewed in the future by participants that could not attend, and when that video might be available. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Conley, I'll turn it over to the director to answer those questions.
Yeah, sure. Happy to answer. I'm gonna ask Stephen to weigh in on the density question. My understanding in Campbell, we have a minimum and maximum. What you're seeing on the screen is the maximum. And so we would have to come back to the range. So for example, if it's at 75 dwelling units per acre, and per Campbell practice, that would be something like a minimum of 60, a maximum of 75, but we'd have to come back to what that exact range is. Very good to hear on Staples site. We always like when we have willing property owners. I'd ask the speaker to convince the property owner to send in a letter stating their willingness to redevelop the site, and we can absolutely reconsider that as a site. And if there's anything I missed.
How the net and gross is calculated.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little. So on the density question, as discussed earlier, the city council has provided us direction. We're changing our method of doing the calculation. Historically, it's been to center line of street. Now we're going to the four corners of the property prior to any dedication. And Director Eastwood had captured it correctly. We are still at early implementation stages of our housing element or this discussion. So the density ranges we've displayed are all maximum density ranges. So there would be some lower number established at some point in time once we've established that upper limit based on what makes the most sense for development potential. Separately, I think one of the questions asked by the caller had been, is this meeting being recorded? Absolutely. Hello, those of you watching it on YouTube. It's also on, I believe, in Granicus. I think we might still maintain that. Cecil, is that still correct? We do. So we maintain it on Granicus long-term, but the most accessible medium probably for the general public layperson to access would just be City of Campbell has a City of Campbell channel on YouTube. You can subscribe to it and you can be notified of upcoming videos and stay in the know.
Thanks, Stephen. All right, our next speaker is Rob. Online. It's not you, is it? Okay.
Good night, City Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
How are you guys doing? I want to echo the sentiments of the previous, commenters. A lot of good work that you guys have done here. I won't be too long here. Two comments. One is, I actually was, singing the praises here when Mr. Pasquinelli said that his Campbell Technology Park would be ripe for renovation, and the comment by the city council member about connecting a bridge. That would be a great way to connect the city, which has historically been divided by Highway 17. So great comment there. And I think that you guys should definitely, or somebody should definitely look into whatever measures it would take to get that made. It's actually something that I asked, I think Liz Gibbons, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I think that park is underutilized and would be a perfect natural fit to the entire Los Gatos Creek kind of walkway. The other comment that I've got is kind of a question or consideration for council, which is that these maps continue to show the south of Campbell, San Tomas areas as, you know, I understand the entire objective here is to build housing around resource-rich areas. Although I will comment that the way it's presented would indicate that the south of Campbell and San Tomas neighborhoods are, you know, are poor neighborhoods, which they are not. So I don't know what city council's plans are to address adding more resources so that they don't get left off future considerations for development, even if it's just one level above, you know, one level density above what it's currently at, and not necessarily, you know, 75 unit per acre. But I think that that whole neighborhood needs to be in the conversation at a future point in time. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kelly Snyder.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I am calling on behalf of the owner of the Fry's property at 600 East Hamilton Ave. And we have been involved, as many of you know, for the 5 years the general plan's been going on. We, like the previous speaker, and like we heard about the Brandenburgs, the owners of the Fry's property would love to see you increase the density. I think the VTA suggestion of 75 to 100 units per acre should be applied to both of your transit station areas. I know you have the downtown transit station, but the Hamilton and the Winchester, sort of your arterial transit stations. 75 to 100 units per acre is not too high. Don't be afraid of 3 significant digits. These are billion-dollar heavy rail investments. You can definitely bump up the density, especially since, as we just learned, it's a minimum, or I'm sorry, as a maximum. And also very interested to hear that the owners of the Staples site, the Brandenburg site, may want to redevelop, because certainly we do. And the way they share Salmar and frontage and the opportunity to participate in that Bascom Winchester or Bascom Hamilton overlay zone, where you expanded the hatched area to north of Hamilton, would be awesome. So Fry's property owners, the F&F company, we love it. More density, more flexibility, really high density at those transit areas. And we look forward to trying to figure out how to bring those housing units on deck sooner rather than later. So we're ready if the city is ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Next, we have Raja, followed by Bruce Bowen, and then Alan Ishibashi.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, good evening. Kudos to Rob and Stephen for the amount of effort in the limited duration of time. The recommended actions for tonight says review and provide feedback for city's Envision Campbell general update.
Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Okay. Review and provide feedback on the city's Envision Campbell general plan update, but I didn't see any, any presentation related to the general plan update. It's all about the housing element. So I'm wondering, like, the housing plan element is only for 8 to 10 years, whereas the general plan is about the next 30, 40 years. So I didn't see a scaled up effort in the general plan that we are making in the housing element update. The other thing, a lot of housing is required, like equal to or more than 10 units are required to provide affordable housing. With the cost of construction, on the cost of land acquisition and stuff, 10 units is like too less to make any a project feasible economically. HCD is recommending that number at 30 units. So I would recommend as part of this process to bump up that, the number of units greater than or equal to 30, according to what HCD is recommending. Also, in most of the community meetings that were held, the general consensus from the community.
Hey, Raja, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're very faint. I think we're having trouble hearing you. Could you speak up again, please?
Give me 1 second. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay. The minimum of 10 units that is required to build to provide affordable housing is too less and economically less feasible. HCD is recommending anything that is 30 units and above to provide affordable housing in the development. So I would like the city to accommodate the same thing as part of this whole exercise. Also, the general consensus from the community meetings, from the community recommendation is not to do anything with the community center. So I would like to recommend that also. Also, I would like to see more development in the St. Thomas area. It looks like, that area is like 1/3 of the city and most of it is left out from the development based on the slides. But again, thanks to the staff for including, few of the lots based on the last community meeting. I appreciate all the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Next, we have Bruce Bauman. Bowen.
Yeah, hi, this is Bruce Bowen. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm actually in Canada, couldn't attend to this evening. Yeah, I just wanted to say, so I have two of the parcels that I have a parcel along East Campbell Avenue and another one on Gilman. The Gilman property, we have done some studies at 40 units to the acre. And it just didn't seem like it made a whole lot of sense. I know we're talking about increasing that, and I think it does make sense. But when we were doing our studies, I was really trying to work in a daycare facility into the project. And I'm hoping that the Planning Commission can look at providing some incentives. It's very difficult to design daycare centers, and I am willing to rent that out at below market pricing in order to provide that. But it is just financially very, very difficult. And so the project that we see going into Gilman would be a project that would have a lot of young people and particularly young families. And we see that as a real amenity that we can provide, that's something that's really needed in the community. And there hasn't been a lot of discussion about that. And I'm just hoping that the Planning Commission can look at that and provide some incentives. We also have a property, Lloyd Square on East Campbell Avenue. And that property, we have recently redone the shopping center there. We would certainly entertain taking those buildings down, and we can provide the same amount of commercial space, but provide housing above it in the future. But with it going to 45 units to the acre, which is what I saw on one of those slides, and taking away the gross acreage, it doesn't make sense. Prior to taking away the gross acreage, it makes sense. But that's a big difference because we have streets on 3 sides of that project. So I would just recommend that, looking at 45 units to the acre, you're taking away a lot of units. There's approximately 30 units that you would take away by doing the gross acreage, taking away the gross acreage and going to net on that project. And it makes it not feasible because there is substantial cost to taking down those buildings and building podium and all of the rest of that. So it's difficult. I just wanted to add that to the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up the important topic of daycare centers as a important element to the community. And a good point on a property that has streets on 3 sides and the impact of changing from gross. Yep. Next, we have Alan Ishibashi.
Yes, good evening. Alan Ishibashi. I've attended all 6 of the housing element meetings so far. And one thing I've noticed is that kind of my demographic of 30 to 40-year-olds with school-age children seems to be rather unrepresented here. So I kind of want to speak up for this group. Campbell and the Bay Area overall seem to be losing families with kids at kind of an alarming rate. You know, there are elementary schools closing. The number of trick-or-treaters in my neighborhood seems to go down every single year. And families with kids prefer kind of lower density developments, and they're moving out of the area to find these. Therefore, I think we need both the high density stuff kind of near light rail, you know, Pruneyard, Fry's, but we also need the lower density stuff that families prefer elsewhere. So townhomes, you know, we've heard a lot about that, you know, generally built 14 to 22 units an acre, but based on the proposed density levels set by staff, there's very few sites for that. It's something like 7 parcels out of 224 proposed at 20 units an acre that can accommodate townhomes. I think this is a big problem. You know, as we're currently somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 units over the RENA allocation requirements, we can do townhome densities that make sense for families, particularly on the 5.5 acre Uplift Family Services site, which was mentioned earlier, site 162. This is an excellent candidate for townhomes at a max density around 20 units an acre. It's located in a car-served low-density residential neighborhood served exclusively by narrow residential streets. Site does not fit into the options number 3, number 4, number 5 as presented. Currently has a willing seller, a willing developer that spoke earlier. Reasonable townhome development somewhere around 18, I guess, acres, units an acre. And, you know, a big deal, the neighborhood supports it. I live in this neighborhood. There's strong neighborhood support for this development. However, it probably can't occur with this 30 unit an acre designation placed on the property. So I'd like to respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommends site 162 and really any similar sites that can have townhomes have a max density of 20 units an acre. So developers recognize Campbell has sites available for these much needed townhomes. And more importantly, they can actually be built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ishibashi. Next, we have Carolyn Field and then Michael Stevens.
Okay. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Carolyn Field. And as per the housing opportunity maps, there are sites identified that do not meet the criteria for options 3, 4, and 5. They are not within a half mile of light rail. They are not a shopping center that can be revitalized. And they are not located on commercial corridors. They are all in low density neighborhoods. Most of these sites are located in Southwest Campbell and have been appropriately planned for at 20 units an acre. There is, however, another site that you've heard about quite a bit tonight, the Uplift site that is not part of Southwest Campbell. It's site number 162 on Llewellyn, the Uplift site. I would like to ask that you please revise the map to plan for 20 units instead of 30 an acre for site number 162, as it is located in a low density neighborhood on a 2-lane residential grade, low capacity street, exactly as you have planned for at the sites in Southwest Campbell. My request is that we are consistent in our planning in all the areas that meet the criteria as stated. And lastly, regarding city property, please do not plan for housing at the community center or at the gravel lot directly next to Ainsley House. And I want to thank you all for what you are doing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Field. Michael Stevens and then Dennis.
Great. Thanks, everybody, and especially Rob, Stephen, and DM Group. You guys have been amazing for what you have been able to put together thus far. I also want to reiterate some of the comments about the Uplift site. That's the one that's of course numbered 162 on the maps there. This really isn't a not in my backyard sort of situation. This is really served by very small 2-lane streets in and out, which just won't support the density of something 30 units or upward. And so I think really something, as Alan and Carolyn just mentioned, they kind of stole my thunder here, I think. But that sort of 20 unit an acre townhome type development would just be ideal in there. And we know that the developer is super interested in doing that. I'm also very happy to hear about the Staples site and some of the developments there. And there at the Fry site, I think that's going to be wonderful. That's some really great options. And the last thing I just wanted to point out is I could not also stress more about our desire to protect our community center and Ainsley House properties. I don't want to see any of that disrupted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, and then Jada Pogo.
Hello, Dennis Randall here. I represent the Barbano family for the property on the southwest quadrant of South Bascom and East Campbell. We made a development proposal for what we call Cannery Place that envisioned a mixed-use property for 210 for rent housing units and 170 room 4-star hotel with below grade parking. Based upon the densities I'm seeing thus far, that property, which has significant public space, would not be feasible. I'm seeing that it's been labeled at 60 units a net acre, I guess they're using in this analysis. And it's a shame. The densities seem to be trying to placate an overall fear of too much housing in any location. When Campbell has, I've seen this in a number of communities, Campbell has one of the best opportunities I've ever seen in my career to execute 2 separate housing strategies. One, density that also provides for affordable housing under current law, 15 or 20% to the total units. And also a housing strategy for single family homes to buttress family formation and growth in the community. You have both in the city. But I want to come back to the issues of the dense housing in and around major thoroughfares and public transportation. The Fry's site, our site on Barbano, obviously the Pruneyard site and other sites that are within what I call the urban or semi-urban box of Campbell should be maximized to the level of more like 200 units an acre. I'm building a property in downtown San Jose. We're doing 130 units on 30,000 feet with parking below grade. We need to have higher densities if you want to have high level experiences with public spaces and retail areas and gathering places. You don't get that with low density. You just get a bunch of units with no common areas and some really bad looking landscaping. If you want a high-end environment, which is what Campbell deserves, you actually need to increase your densities to a point where you can go to the maximum 75 feet in Campbell, which should be utilized. That's the way to get what Campbell needs and wants in 2 different ways. Dense housing in and around major thoroughfares and public transportation, and low density housing around it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you share the address of the high density that you're building? And also, if it's not complete, share a similar type of density that exhibits what you're describing?
This is Alan. I think you actually unmuted me instead of Dennis.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dennis Randall here. So the proposal that we made was essentially for 250 units per acre under the building. Now, there's a whole bunch of different metrics we can use, but that basically maximized the height of the project to 70 feet, 75 feet.
I was actually asking about, you said you're building a high density project in San Jose.
Oh,
What is
okay.
that address?
477 South Market.
And how close to completion is it?
Will be complete in April. We're topped out and we're now finishing the interior of the buildings.
And
we have below grade. We actually have below grade mechanical parking and retail on the ground floor.
And does it include the open space and the common areas that outdo the boring landscape that you outlined?
Well, we're in an urban environment on the street. We do have open areas on site on the roof decks and on the podium level. But if you look at the Cannery Place proposal we made to the city of Campbell a couple of years ago, we had a significant public plaza with public art in between the multifamily and a 4-star hotel. When you have lower densities, the public space goes away because you don't have the density to fill the airspace you have to build in.
Yeah.
Campbell has a 70 or 75 foot height limit. I can't recall the exact number right now.
75.
But especially on major thoroughfares, those should be utilized. So locations on the Prune Yard, locations at like.
Yep, understood. Do you have another example of a property that's high density like this?
Well, I'm building a 21-story tower in downtown San Jose as well. 290 units on 290 units and 150,000 feet of office on 40,000 feet of land. So
is that the level that you're proposing on these properties?
No. What I'm saying here is Campbell has an opportunity to be wise in actually increasing beyond the current limits.
Yeah.
In the urban environment to get open areas on these sites, because like plazas and whatnot.
Yeah,
you can't get them with the lower densities.
What I'm trying to understand is if you have an example of your vision that we could physically take a look at.
I gave you one. You have it. The city planning staff, the planning department has a copy of our application. It's called Cannery Place, and it shows below grade parking. It shows a massive public plaza, roof decks and roof pools and all those things within the current height limit of the city. And that's at the corner of Campbell, East Campbell, which utilizes the portals to get into the village, and South Bascom. We had support from the neighborhood groups around it because it was top level quality architecture and design. You will not get top quality level architectural and design with the lower densities that you have right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Extra
I appreciate
detail.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, if the commission like response. So my understanding, this is before I was here, there was a general plan amendment that was proposed to the council. I asked Stephen to confirm, and we can make those materials available a year or two back. And the other thing I'd say is I'd encourage the speaker to again send in a letter. We have no letter from this property owner indicating an interest to develop. So any and all interest to develop the site and thoughts on density, the city would appreciate.
Great, thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Jada Pogue, followed by Thomas Colgrove. I apologize if I'm made a mistake on your name. I'm not sure if you're speaking, but we can't hear anything. Okay, we'll move on to Thomas Colgrove.
Hello, Thomas Colgrove here.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'll make my comments brief. I've listened in on all the meetings. I've been very, very impressed. Each one seems to get better. I was very impressed with the maps today. And on a positive note, I think that when Fry's was now I live in the Hamilton area, West Hamilton area. I think when Fry's and the Elephant Bar were targeted there, I think that those are excellent locations. I've mentioned those before in speaking. I think Staples, I've been in that store. I think very underutilized. It's really a bad location. I don't think that they've been happy with that. The area that was then targeted was where PetSmart is on the other side of San Tomas Expressway. I have animals who have been in PetSmart. There's a good veterinary hospital there, but at the same time, it's kind of a decrepit piece of property in terms of retail. And I think that could certainly be used for housing as well as for commercial establishments. The other night, a young lady, I don't know who she was, but she talked about the area where Dollar Tree is, and now there's a grocery outlet market that's bounded by San Tomas Aquino in Campbell Avenue. I go in there quite often, but it's very, very, it's not utilized very much. It's a big, big parking area. You could certainly put retail as well as housing above that. One or two others, but they also have competition from Kirkwood. They've got a shopping center there that's I think doing quite well. I think that's pretty much it. But getting back just to that one area though, where I said the Dollar Tree is, you've got Dollar Tree, you got a small CVS, grocery outlet just started. It's a small store. It's clean, but it's small. And then they have an AutoZone, and there's just a lot of empty space there. So enough of my time. Thank you very much. I think you've done an excellent job, and I'm really excited about the direction of Campbell.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have one last speaker. That would be, is Yada Pogue back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. My name is Jada, and I'm a resident of Campbell. And I wanted to express a couple concerns regarding the high-density housing. One is the high-density housing on the kind of major thoroughfares like Hamilton and Winchester. And I think my only concern is if having such high-density housing leads to more traffic on streets that are designed to actually help people kind of move through Campbell. And I don't really know what that number is, is it fine it's 60 or is it, too much? But I just want that to be a thought as we move forward. And my other question really is kind of reading what Mr. Ishimoto said earlier about, is there even really a need? I know there is a need for high density housing, but I also think there's maybe a greater need for townhome style housing that's more family friendly. And I mean, I live not too far from a recent development for San Jose where they have high density housing. It's near Williams and Winchester. And when I looked online just a few weeks ago, there were over 150 units available. And that has been completed for, I think, about a year or two. And so I kind of have to wonder if we're building the right housing and what people really need in this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, well, that concludes all of our public comments. So now we'll open it up to the commission, but I'll turn it over to the director first.
I just ask if the commission wants to go through the maps. I'd invite I think it was Jeff Bradley up to help, if you'd like to go map by map or however you'd like to do it, but we can be a resource on your feedback if you'd like to do it that manner or just more general feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great to have Mr. Bradley here. I'm sure we'll be specifically speaking about particular sites. Map by
Could we do
map.
map by map?
Yep.
Thank you.
So we'll open it up to the commission and Mr. Bookbinder,
Why would you think I would have something to add?
you've been typing furiously.
I have a lot of notes. Thank you very much for especially the explanation of what we're cutting out here. First, broadly, my perspective here is that I'm totally in favor of cutting out sites which are necessary services like schools or churches or things like that. But I think that if we have the room for 6,000 sites, we should have 6,000 sites. If we have 6,000 good sites here. So my thoughts were the area northeast of Winchester that we've removed. It's, as you said, it's low probability that will be developed over the next 8 years. But given
What number is that?
it's crossed out on here. I can find the number on the earlier map we got. Sorry. There's a whole bunch of them. 126, 194, 123, 131, 46, 124, 6, a whole lot of them. Sorry, northeast of Winchester Station. Yes, those. So I understand that we can't predict a high probability of development, but I think that we should mark it as we should upzone it just in case it becomes available over the next 8 years. I don't know how we do that formally. I think we have an idea of development probabilities. We mark that with a low percentage of probability, but I think we should still have that on the list.
So Rob, how would you like to go through this input
So-
and collect the feedback?
Sure. So from a methodology standpoint, since we've already started here, maybe we just pause on this map. We got input from Commissioner Buckbinder, and I'd say any other commissioners who have input on this map, just do it one by one.
And how much detail would you like on justification for adding or subtracting
Well,
specific?
yeah, I mean, your thoughts, if you have questions, M group and can give feedback on why they were removed. That's one put. So it'd be kind of two different buckets, ones that are removed. If you have thoughts, they should stay in, questions and thoughts on that. 2, if you think we're missing any sites, now's probably the last chance. We're starting to narrow sites. And 3 is the densities. So on the screen. So for example, we have this theme of transitory development on Winchester, 75 units per acre. Commission has any thoughts on the densities you're seeing on the screen, provide feedback there. So probably those 3 areas we invite you to give feedback.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Cray.
Okay, yeah, so on this map, and I guess I'll just make a quick general comment. And again, thanks for the presentation. There was so much good stuff. We got so much good input from the folks who've spoken. I think almost everybody who spoke today has been at most of the meetings. So just a ton of good impact and insight. But and obviously what we're trying to do here, we got to add housing units. The big unspoken elephant, in the room is, half of the units at least that we got to add are below market rate. So below market rate obviously is below market rate. So it's obviously a big challenge to do. And we do talk a lot about, maintaining our character, our small town feel, which, which is true. And we got a great small town feel, but, Los Gatos, Saratoga, Los Altos, et cetera, would say the same thing. They're kind of in the same boat, and we're I think, regionally, we've really come a long way to the need for housing, and the need for housing means more density. And more density, it doesn't really lend itself conducively to a small town feel, but if you put the density, in certain locations like we're trying to do. So there is more density, and I think we've got to think about going higher, more density in some locations. So for example, now going back to map number 1, specific input, 75 units per acre on that area down there on the lower southern end of Winchester. Yeah, that might be an area, it's near the transit hub. I know VTA has had a lot of success with 75 units per acre, but they've gone, I guess they've recommended 75 to 100 units per acre. I looked at all the comments that we wrote down in our staff report from your meetings with the developers, and almost to a person, they're saying, including the low income housing developers, that you really need some higher units to really make these things work, instead of just just putting something on paper and saying, isn't it great, we located this, and it's never going to happen. So we got to make these things happen. So I think on all the 75 unit per acre areas down there, and I know they're near some single family home areas, but I think a higher density there, if that's what make that work for a good mixed use project that can have a significant portion of housing that's below market rate, I think that would be great. I think site number 132, I think that's the corporation yard, which I had never seen before until we had this report, and I was happy to see it. And it's really interesting. It's huge. Which gets to one of my themes is city-owned site. With the corporation yard, of course, as the staff report pointed out, you got to relocate the corporation yard. Where are you going to put that? So how feasible is it? But if it is feasible, the city-owned sites are where I think, from a little bit I know about all this stuff, is where we're more likely to get some of the bigger projects with more below market rate units, which we're going to have. So I would be really interested in the corporation yard. That's such a great location for a big major project there. But where do you put the corporation stuff? So, and I do like the number 3, which is the city parking garage, and above that, I know there's a number of city, Palo Alto right now is experimenting with the same, looking at the same idea of building housing above their parking downtown. So I think that's a good one. And I think all these locations on the Winchester are good with that, the 60 units per acre. I was really interested in the comments from a couple of our speakers today about the townhome and the missing middle. I know SB 9 and the ADUs, I think, are going to hit some of that missing middle. That's really where they hit, but it's relatively limited. So maybe when we get to that 162 site, we can talk about that, and maybe some other sites about maybe some of those sites in the southwest area too might be more townhome-ish kind of densities. But for that map, that's my comments. Thank you.
Can I just second what Commissioner Gray just said about higher densities that around the transit stops, if those will help us get more affordability, and given that developers have been saying that's really what they need to make it pencil out, like totally agreed.
Thank you. Commissioner Zisser?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be open to the idea of looking at higher densities in those areas. It'd be nice to know what that means in terms of height and also in terms of increased units. Most of that black is Campbell Plaza, and I guess Summer Winds on the other side. So, one of the questions I have is like how much work you've done in terms of finding out with the landlords the likelihood of these sites, as well as the other sites, obviously, that we're going to talk about. It's like, that's a big area. That's an area that where we should be getting a lot of units from. So the question is, the Campbell Plaza landlords open to redevelopment, and how much discussion has there been about that? On all the sites that are in between Campbell and Campbell Plaza up along South Winchester there, I'm a little confused because the the spreadsheet shows those as 60 densities. And I can't make out whether these are 60 densities on the color scheme or not. And on that, it looks like they're 45. But I had a question about the 60 density, thinking that maybe that, because all these butt up against single family home neighborhoods. And we seem to took a one size fit all on what we got on the agenda, that everything was 60 in these kinds of parcels, whether they're butting up against single family parcels or not. And it would seem to me maybe 60, if that ends up being 4 and 5 story buildings, I'd be a little concerned about that in terms of those neighborhoods. Those are nice long-term neighborhoods, and having, again, depending on what that means in terms of 60, whether or not that's going to be too much, too big. So it would seem to me you need to differentiate between where you're putting the densities in terms of what's behind them. So as on my sheet, it looks like, you know, they're all the same, and those are all most of them are tied to being backing up to major residential areas. So I got a question about that. And there's also some on the Bascom, as well that I would have a question about. The other thing I like the fact that we're looking at the corporation yard. Hopefully we can find an alternate place for the corporation yard, because that's a nice property. And as far as, since on this site, on this map, we've got the technology park, I'd like to, I want to wholeheartedly support the idea of converting that to high, whatever right density is, medium density to high density residential. I think it's a wonderful location. Some of the community has talked about, I've heard about it's too remote. I don't think there's any place in Campbell that's remote. Remote is the Santa Cruz Mountains. So, I believe, you know, even if you're driving through a little industrial, it's not that big a deal. We have other places where we have developments where you have to drive through industrial. It's a short drive up or down McClincy to major thoroughfares. To me, it's a wonderful opportunity to have a really large chunk of residential in that location. It's got its own park. It could be a beautiful site for a bunch of. I wouldn't want to decide what the housing should be, but if there's a way to make it a combination of market rate and below market rate housing of significance, that would be great, because we've got to really come up with a lot of affordable housing. The numbers are huge. So that's what I have to say about that. And then I want to talk, I want to mention, as far as, you know, as off of Adam's comment about, you know, he's like, we got 6,000 units, let's keep the 6,000 units. I'm a big proponent of a bigger buffer. I think the 5,000 units is a great number, even maybe 5,500. I don't think we should be going down below 5,000 units. The math doesn't work without a bigger buffer. If you look at what the conversion, I mean, we have on the entire spreadsheet, there's 2 vacant units. So, you know, 80% or 90% of the units listed are either underutilized or regularly utilized. They're actually existing commercial units that will have to be redeveloped. The chances of us redeveloping some large portions of those is small. Study showed 10% is the number, right? Is that right? Adam, it's 10% from the Turner Center. It's a 10%,
Sorry, 10% of what?
Conversion rate on converting properties.
Oh, what portion of our
It's
opportunity
like a
sites were
10 to
developed?
12% conversion rate. So even if we're optimistic and it was a 20 or 25% conversion rate, unless you have a 50 or 60% buffer, you'll never get there. The math just doesn't work. So I'm putting in my more than 2 cents on that right now. As far as this map, that's all I have to say at this moment. Thanks.
What's the percentage of opportunity sites that were built during the last arena cycle?
Yeah, I think Jeff had mentioned it earlier, about a
30.
little bit less than a third.
30, yeah.
In about that range, about 30%.
Yeah.
Yes, I just want to say that that was 30% of a very small number, right? So, so I think it's a little bit different when you're talking about the numbers that we're trying to reach and the percentage of properties that are, there's so many of them that are already utilized that you'd have to have the landlords convinced to go to development. So I think the 30% would be an optimistic number. But even if you use the 30%, I think you're in trouble. You're definitely in trouble with the 30% buffer.
Stephen,
the bigger buffer's good.
Can you outline how you got to using 1.5x factor rather than, let's say, a 3x to go with the data we have from the last arena cycle?
Yeah, understood. I mean, we were providing a little bit more of a buffer, understanding that a lot of the conversations with landlords have not occurred yet. So we're going to be doing that outreach. I don't know if we've mentioned it, but between December and January. So we're going to be doing outreach. There's very possible a large number of sites might fall off as a result of landlord opposition or otherwise. There's also a possibility we want to provide a large enough buffer so that we could evaluate environmental impacts and potentially remove sites which might present other challenges which are identified a little bit later in the process.
I guess I'm suggesting maybe the buffer is not large, because if in the last cycle we only built 30%, if we have if we're planned for 5,000, we're expecting 3,300, that's more like we'd have to have success rate of 60%.
Yeah, I know Jeff wants to jump in. I just want to address that as well real quickly. I think it's almost difficult to use the 30% of the previous figure as a good basis for redevelopment. What we're trying to do is we're trying to identify those best sites, those which we really feel will be the most likely sites to redevelop. So if we've done a really great job at identifying the best housing opportunity sites, hopefully we're going to be hitting a greater than 30% threshold with this update.
Yeah.
So
your success rate will be higher because you're doing all the background research to really narrow in on
that's correct.
the likelihood of success.
That's part of our objective. And I think Jeff had something else to add.
Thank you.
The other variable here is on the mic.
Little gray button. That one. Got it. Sorry. Got a little rusty at the podium here on Zoom. The other really major variable that's changing during this cycle, obviously, the arena numbers are order of magnitude much greater. But in Campbell, for the last 20 years at least, Bill can go back further than that if we need to. But for the last 20 years, I can assert.
No comments on age.
No, they're not experience in Kimball. For the last 25 years, I can personally attest to the fact that the maximum density we've had in the city has been capped consistently at 27 units per acre. Don't ask me why 27 per units per acre was the magic number for at least the last 25 years. We could probably double that. And so if the city enacts this program and has densities now at 30 units per acre, 45 units per acre, 75 units per acre, that is a game changer. You've heard the developers calling in from all over. There will be renewed interest in all these properties and properties that we're not specifically showing as opportunity sites. If the general plan update comes along and provides zoning district-wide changes and improvements to the planning program of the additional housing opportunities throughout the city. I just want to keep that in mind, just the order of magnitude of the land use program envisioned.
And I think that's a really important point, because if it has been 27 units per acre over the last 20 years, every year that goes by, the cost and everything gets more and more expensive of the property, of the building materials. So in a sense, you're saying it's been artificially capped, right? The potential to develop has been capped because the units per acre hasn't increased with the increased cost of everything associated with building.
Exactly. And if I may, to add on to Jeff's point, one major distinction is in the last housing element update, when you saw only 30% of the sites being realized, I don't believe we had any general plan amendments, zone changes. Again, it was a very much so a status quo housing element where we didn't need to plan for or build additional capacity. What we're seeing here is substantial increases in densities over what we currently have. So hopefully that helps provide that context of going from no zone changes, no general plan amendments to substantial, significant changes at many locations will drive additional developer interest.
Yeah, so I think that's important because you're based on the work that you're doing, the opportunity sites are more likely to get built. So that can allow us to take a more focused approach in terms of where we want that to happen. Great, thank you. Yes. Well, yeah, I think my colleague here was next.
I don't know, we're just going in order. I can wait, but I'm anxiously
I
waiting.
think you were
to speak.
I got that feeling.
Similar sentiments, and I'll try not to repeat, but parcel 168, the Winchester Transit Center, I'll start there. If you read the letter from BTA, they're looking for 75 to 100. Why wouldn't we immediately say 100? And I know I don't know what the inner discussions were, but I know VTA and the city have spoken. The prior director shared that with us. Why wouldn't we immediately just take that to 100? And I heard the M Group's great planning. Thank you. Excellent work. But that whole triangle there isn't adjacent to any residential. There isn't, there's a train track behind it. There's a large corridor called Winchester, and then there is a church. But why wouldn't that whole triangle, including 168, 32, and 30, all be 100 dwelling units per acre? Across the street where you have Safeway, I could see a case for that does back up to a more residential street, but that's ideal for 75, which you've already called out. And I didn't tally up that total acreage, but let's call it 10 acres. That's a large chunk. And then if you were to look, and since it is on this map, and thank you, Commissioner Zisser, for mentioning that, the Campbell Technology Park is also ideal for increased density. And I know 30 might match the adjacent neighborhood, but you can have a stepped approach towards the highway. No highway car is complaining about a 75-story building adjacent to a highway. I've never heard of anyone driving down a highway saying, oh, that building's too tall. In fact, that would create a nice sound barrier for anyone on the inside that's either in the mobile home park or in some of the other neighborhoods. Just to the south of the Campbell Technology Park is an industrial area. And we heard in a few years ago, the storage facility saying that they were going to be good stewards and quiet, but that you had all this industrial neighbors that were making large banging noises and shipping crates and bulldozers, et cetera. So, that area might be more noisy than a new housing development. And we have that amenity of Edith Morley Park, which I visit quite a bit, and I have a garden plot with my family. And we love going over there, and I can only see it being more engaged and more active if you were to increase that density. And I'm proposing 60. And now that might not be the entire 17 acres, but if you took 17 times 60, you get 1,000. That's a third of what we need. And if you looked at the VTA area and you took 10 times 100, that's 1,000. Now I know I'm being like vague numbers, but we're talking in generalities. That's 2,000. That's 2/3 of what we need to do right now. Now, to what Commissioner Bookbinder said is why would we cancel any site? A lot of these aren't going to develop. The car wash at the corner of Kennedy and Winchester, maybe that landowner, it's right at that 60 or 45, but he doesn't want to develop, so we don't get that opportunity. But I just on one map right now, and I'm excited to go through all of them with the full commission here. Just on a paper napkin, I found 2/3 of what we need to do. Now, will the process change those numbers? Will they go down? Of course, but I just wanted to point that out. And then great opportunities, like you said, at 3 and 132, but those are smaller sites. Not that 132 is small, but in the scheme of large parcels. So this should be my theme going forward for all 6 or 7 pages here, but make great plans, and we can start making those great plans with large parcels. Then we can use our smaller parcels where we have landlords and owners who who are interested in developing as ancillary to just help our region grow additional housing. So thanks. I'm sure there'll be more commentary moving forward. And 49 is great for something like that's over off of Virginia, like a townhouse. I heard a lot of interest in townhouse and medium density. Of course, on those smaller streets, we wouldn't want to put heavy, large complexes or towers that would invade a neighbor's privacy or the Campbell feel, as we've all heard. Thank you.
So are you good with 49 or are you suggesting reducing that then?
No, 49 and 30 is fine. You know, it
Okay.
shouldn't necessarily go up, but I think it's appropriate as it's shown.
I was wondering if you wanted it to go down. When you said townhouses?
Yeah, I know townhouses can be between 20 and 30, so yes, it could go down, but I think it's appropriate to start at 30.
Alright.
And if I may, real quickly, I did hear one question being raised by Commissioner Vivlin about why we're targeting 75 for the VTA site. I don't want to deter in any way increases in density or the conversations happening. I just wanted to provide a little bit of insight and response. When we're talking about 75, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So that is the maximum planned for density that the city would have as part of its adopted general plan and housing element update. However, those densities could be increased, as we know, through density bonus applications. So just doing some quick back of napkin math, a 75, a site that's planned for 75 at a 35% density bonus, which is about 11% affordable housing in their mix of their base density, we get you to 101.25, right? At 80%, these are newer figures you can get through the density bonus law, you can get up to 135. And at the location like this, where you're immediately adjacent to it, if you were to build 100% affordable housing project, there are even greater densities which might be available. So I just wanted to keep that context in mind, if that helps.
Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you. And it actually leads to the idea that we need more affordable housing, and at a transit station, it's ideal. So I think that's a no-brainer if we're able to move that direction.
That's great. Thanks for reminding us of that. Commissioner Kamkar.
Hey, before you start, I wanted to give the commission some good news.
Oh.
So to the point of transit-oriented development and affordable housing, we've been in active conversations with VTA. I'm not sure if the commission's aware, about 3 years ago, the county passed Measure A, which puts out $1 billion in, yes, okay, not heads are nodding. So we have the VTA and Office of Supportive Housing have come together in partnership to look at a certain number of sites which VTA owns to do transit-oriented development with Measure A funding to do affordable housing projects. And the good news we just got last week, with a bit of cajoling from our department, was they're going to focus on their Winchester VTA site. So there'll be a partnership to do 100% affordable housing project on that site at some pretty high densities. So number one, great news. Number two, though, they're going to start some outreach in January, and more than happy to pass it on the commission. But to kickstart sort of the whole concept of this stationary planning, we have the property owner at the site, which ideally could use work with some adjacent property owners, but to start moving forward with 100% affordable housing project at that site. So just wanted to say that good news.
Great. Thank you.
That is awesome.
Well done. Commissioner Kamkar.
Thank you, Chair. So just like my colleagues, I'm also in favor of upping our densities from 75 to 100, because I believe we have a major challenge in front of us. On paper, a lot of these things make sense, but in reality, getting the developers, getting the funding, getting the contractors, getting the material, getting everything to make this developments happen is a different story. So we need a bigger buffer. I agree. We need a bigger density. And one of the reasons affordable housing is harder to build, or like the director just said, the county or the government needs to, is that it's not as profitable as market rate housing is. So you need more incentives to make it happen. And so, of course, I'm in favor of upping our density, but the caveat is, that should help with the affordable housing building as well. just like, the lowest hanging fruit, that's the one gets picked first. So a lot of developers want to build the market rate housing portion of this project first, and then it makes the other part more difficult. So would like to recommend that some thought be going into how can they be built concurrently. So one part isn't finished, immediately, and then the other part remains to be built. So that's that. As far as the Commissioner Zeiser's question as to what the 75 dwelling acre per dwellings per acre mean, I believe it means 7 or higher stories, 7 or 8 stories. I don't think you can do 4 or 5 stories and come up with 75 dwellings per acre. There are developers in the field if they want to correct me, but that's what my experience is, So, and now, having said that, that's where the density should go. That's where the height should go, next to transit, next to the transit or transportation corridors, because the problem with height is first you got privacy, and then you could also say you're blocking the neighbor's sun. So when you're next to, Winchester corridor or Bascom corridor, you don't have much neighbors, on your side, number one. So immediately next to the corridors, you probably go with higher heights, and then you start scaling it back as you get closer to the neighbors, behind you, and of course, use taller landscaping, taller trees to help with the. So there's ways I believe that what we're trying to accomplish can be accomplished. Those were basically my comments. So thank you.
Great, thanks. So that was all the very good input, and I agree with everything that was said. I think I heard 3 main themes there, which was higher density near light rail, careful consideration of the density next to residential, and then support for mixed use and higher density near Bascom Technology Park. And the only other thing I wanted to add is I really like the comment that I think Bruce Bowen made about adding a daycare center. I think the more that we can do things like that in these higher density areas and near light rail, so the workers, the people that actually have to support that type of business can get there easily. Those are not the most high paying jobs either. So access to public transit would be very important. And I think by adding that element of mixed use in addition to other elements of mixed use that we've talked about, we will be able to just provide what the community needs in order to live comfortably in a more higher density type of environment. So shall we move on to the next map? Oh, sorry, I didn't see a
I was
light.
waiting for Adam. I'm sure. Adam,
Adam
I went
already
first.
Sorry about that.
Please, Adam, I know you're
Oh,
biting.
no, I went first. I'm all set.
You okay?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought
yeah.
you wanted.
It's all you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll pick up on the chair's comments here. Completely, we need a higher density, but at the same time, you need services to go with it. So I think where we're looking at the high density 75 and above, I think they need to be mixed. So residential and retail and services, picking up on childcare, but also special needs. I have some experience, especially low-income families. You might provide the accommodation, but a lot of people have kids, and you need some way to support them. Around the whole of the Bay Area, it's dreadful to try and get any child services because it's unaffordable. You can't afford the accommodation to house those services. So I think if we're looking at these high density developments, it should be mixed to the ground floor or some space in there which is reserved and allocated for those services, as well as having retail, shops and restaurants. Part of that is because we'll be having more residents in the area is trying to cut back on transport.
And which sort of leads me into my thoughts on the technology park. I think it has a lot of potential there. I think it does have issues. I believe there is a real issue in getting in and out of the place. At the moment, there's only one road. I'd like to, I don't know whether this is possible for the staff to look at the option down, is it Christic? If that, I think a gentleman said that was a private road, whether that be something that could be adopted by the city and access down that route to improve access to that whole area. I like Commissioner Rivlin's suggestion of the higher density bordering the 17 and then stepping back the density as you go towards the park. Again, same comment. I think because it's a bit of an island, I think even if you had the additional road in there, it would still be a bit of an island in there. So encouraging shops and restaurants so the residents there don't need to travel so much. And holistically, just the whole of the infrastructure in that area in terms of the sidewalk. You know, it is, you know, I go down there quite regularly and it's not an easy trip. It is quite dangerous. The sidewalks are narrow, very busy because it is commercial. You've got trucks coming in and out all the time. If you're going to have families there, you're going to have children going down and having access. So I think, again, as a general comment, maybe we should be looking at this holistically and how we provide safe areas as well as high density areas, because they will be attracting families here. I think that's it. Oh, I did have one. The gentleman, I think it was Dennis, talking about the very high density parts, and this is not off the map, so I should really reserve it. I think, you know, for the gateway places, and this came up with the Shell station, that might be an ideal place to have these very high density 200 apartment, 200 story. That would be that'd be impressive. You could see that from a long way off. But the density is up to 200 or even more, because they would be landmark places. They might be something very suitable for the gateways that we've been looking for in that particular section. Of course, it would also need development, so you'd have pedestrian bridges because you can't safely get to the VTA station. So with that, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and facilities for children with special needs, they do become adults with special needs, so we can't leave that out either. Okay.
Can I ask a question before we go on to the next thing? It's about the Campbell Plaza area. I've been going under the assumption that the development would be mostly an add-on, that we wouldn't be, you know, raising Campbell Plaza and putting up a whole new set of residential, high density residential. Have I been wrong about that? That's been my assumption, and that's what I've been thinking all along, is that whatever way, either maybe raising some of the side areas, but using the parking lot or building over the existing plaza, because you want to retain the commercial retail, right? So that's a question I have, as to whether or not there's been a change in thinking or whether I was just mistaken.
Yeah, I'll answer. There are great examples of horizontal and vertical mixed use that can take into account existing grocery stores and movie theaters. So the short answer is, yeah, staff and myself, I think it's a great opportunity to do that. I don't think there's a vision just to do pure residential. I think the idea was to do a station area plan that has a nice mixed use walkable area right around the VTA site. People can take the light rail down there. They can shop and go to Safeway and vice versa. So I think the thinking was, it's not a trade-off. I can think of at least 5 examples where you've integrated Safeways and grocery stores with vertical and horizontal mixed use to make really exciting spaces. So that's the thought.
Great. All right, moving along. And how many maps do we have? 10?
It gets easier.
6?
There's a total
Oh,
of 6, yeah.
Only 6, that's easy.
We got the first one done.
That's good. Go team.
So this is map number 2. We should focus on the Bascom Avenue sites because the other sites, no, we can cover both on this map. Yeah, anything you see on this map, please give us input.
Is the downtown area, I think this is the, like the between Orchard City and Civic Center Drive and north of Campbell, east of downtown. I think this is the map those appear on. There's no other more central map, right?
No, there is another map that shows the area just to the west of this.
I might just generally offer, the maps do overlap, but if you have made a comment on a particular site already, I would just try to avoid making the same comment again.
Yep, yeah, I think this is all very important, so I just want to make sure that we go through this all very diligently. It's just good to understand and pace ourselves in terms of how many of these maps we have to work with. Commissioner Kamkor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question on this map, on the parcel number 87. That's right next to the transit station, and I mean, looks like a perfect spot as well. And can you explain what happened to that?
Yes, thank you. That is, that's a 2-story office building. It has parking all around it on 3 sides. It's occupied by Fidelity Investments. And we had it on the list prior to the community meeting on December 1st, where a gentleman representing the property owner from Brandenburg Development Company indicated the recent purchase of that property and how the owner didn't intend to utilize it for housing within the next 8 to 10 years or longer. And so we thought, given that direct testimony, we would take it off the list. Recommend taking it off the list.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about the individual numbers, none of these maps are showing a number for a site that's been removed. So we're talking about the site immediately to the left of 87. I know it's very tiny. 87 is actually a very small lot that happens to be included, but the lot immediately to the left is one that Jeff is discussing. So if we're talking about a removed property, it's always best to just mention the cardinal direction and the number closest.
You're talking about removing the one with the hash marks, right? Yeah,
That's correct.
based on the legend on the map. Yeah. All right. Commissioner Craig.
Sure, yeah, and I would just, I'll just point out that, of course, the Fry site, the 202, and that's a good area for higher density. It's kind of what Commissioner Kamkar was saying, that's one where we could trade higher density for more affordable housing on a mixed-use project. That would make sense. I know there's been some discussion about the Staples site, and I know in our packet at some point there was a letter from Mr. Barron of Brandenburg, and I thought he was saying that they were happy to redevelop the Staples site, but I could be wrong. But we don't know that they would be, so that is another logical spot for, fairly high density, perhaps a mixed-use project. I'm not sure. But I also like the Prune Yard is another developer, like the Technologies Center, where we have a developer that's ready, willing, and able to give us some decent units. And I don't think that hurts the Prune Yard to have more housing and more higher density housing, right, in those 2 locations that we've noted there. So I think those are good sites. And the other sites were perfectly fine. I would have liked to have seen, I was driving around the light rail station downtown in Railway Avenue. They have some sites there that seem to me like if somebody bought a few of the sites, you got some great opportunities for some pretty high density stuff there, but maybe not. But I do see there's some stuff here, south of the Campbell Park that's noted, and I think those are good sites. So, and I'm glad to see Graylands in there too. I know that came up in some of our meetings, so that's another logical one that could be, pretty nice high density mixed use project there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just reiterate that there's some units, there's some parcels on this map on Bascom. On the right, on the east side of Bascom there, south of, on both the north and south of Campbell, where it butts up against neighborhoods. And it's just a question of whether or not you'd be doing 60 or 45 or whatever's the right number when you've got a neighborhood behind it. The other thing was that I had actually submitted a couple additional properties to Stephen earlier this week. And one of them was 152 is Denny's. And across the street from Denny's on Arroyo Seco, there's a little shopping strip mall. It's got a cleaners, hip hop jewelry, and a couple salons. It's a pretty scrungy piece of property. And I just don't know what, I mean, it's my cleaners, so I don't want to kick my cleaners out, but they're very nice people. But it's just, it seems to me to be a bit of property that would have been included on this map to be considered. So I had submitted that to Stephen a day or two ago. And so, I don't know whether anybody looked into that. So I'm just bringing it up to see if you want to pursue that. Otherwise, I don't really have anything else other than that issue with being adjacent to single family home neighborhoods and what the density should be. That's all I have.
Thanks.
I'll be brief on this page. I think the Fry's development is worthy of that higher density 75 with the options for bonuses. I think that's ideal. It isn't directly on a light rail station, but hopefully with the right investment, that corridor across the freeway can be improved and added, of course, Staples. I was a little shocked to see the self-storage wasn't included in like a priority site. Of course, a lot of people probably have items there, probably need to be replaced at some level, but that seems like something that could be re-added or take a second look at. The self-storage is just to the left of 202. It's a bunch of little lines. It's just south of Home Depot or south of the future hotel Brandenburg properties. And then the Gilman area where there was a proposed daycare and increased housing sounded ideal. I think that's it. This map looked really good. I understood the reasons for some of the exclusions.
Yeah, thanks. Storage locations are sometimes built as temporary until further development can happen. So that's a good call. Yes, Commissioner Ching.
Thank you. Yeah, comments on 202, 1 and 2. That's a very fast road down there. So I fully encourage high density development there. And above the 75. Similar comments, there's going to be a gateway into a great gateway project for Campbell, but that road is extremely quick, fast, very busy, and it's light industrial. So thinking about that in terms of safety for people. 1.1, which is in the prune yard. And a general question for the prune yard development 1.1 and 1.2. It was about 6 months ago that the developers came forward and they wanted it, was it rezoned? So that they could fund the office developments in there.
It was reprioritized.
Reprioritized?
They switched the priority to bring the office building.
No, it was, yes,
and
but
set up the retail.
but they also, it was the allocation of, I'm sorry, you please.
No, so, because I remember it, I was just starting, but it was like my first meeting, but they reprioritized. They were going to do retail as the next stage and then do the office building, and they swapped it, right? Where the office building would come sooner. And now they're saying instead of that office building, like portals, they're talking about it's residential.
Yeah,
Subdivide. Yeah, and split, yeah.
subdivide. Thank you. We agreed, it was passed by the council, a subdivision to allow financing of the office buildings there, I think, because
That's all correct. They did parcel off separately the office building. It was a phasing project. So they were talking about switching the phases. The rear building that was being described as retail, I also believe provided for the fitness facility activity, expansion of the parking garage, that type of thing. And they wanted to move the office up in the order of construction.
so is that office still planned?
There's a letter. Yeah, so for 1.2, that's just being identified here, the Ellis Partners has indicated an interest, the property owner management. I'm not sure if that's currently the holding company, but the property ownership is interested in having both options on the table. They've indicated that if a big office developer were to approach them and say, yes, we'd love to build that project, they'd be happy to build it.
Right.
They haven't had that option of approach them yet, and so therefore they're looking at a housing opportunity site at that location as well.
Okay, thank you. 1.1, given the density, again, the traffic thing, I'm not sure 75 is the right number. I actually think that should be lower unless they change the access to it, because again, I'm just thinking you're going to have a lot of people there. It's very tight in terms of roadway access to it. Again, sometimes looking at these things in isolation, I know when they come to planning, it would be a bigger picture, but how would they get access to the Los Gatos Creek Trail? It's just a lot of people and it's already very, very crowded there. My comment, if they did go ahead with 1.1, it should be mixed use, so retail as well. And I'd say that same with 1.2, if that went from an office space to, it should be mixed with retail on there. Again, just to save people having to use their cars or transport. So thank you.
Were all of do all of these have the option to be mixed use?
I'll answer. They do. In January, we were going to bring back that discussion. I know it relates both to. Great, good to hear.
Somebody agrees.
I know there's some thoughts at the council level, if we're taking a bunch of commercial sites, converting them, there's a fiscal impact, a business impact. So we want to weave that discussion in. And of course, there's a lot of context specific. There's areas, if you're looking for a walkable, nice area, mixed use makes a lot of sense. So the mixed use discussion, we wanted to bring back in January as to discuss.
Because, increasing density services are going to be important. All right, anybody else?
And retail tax as well.
And
the
retail
sales tax.
I don't have that many notes. I would endorse increasing the density of site 202, the Fry's, to 100 dwelling units an acre, because it's pretty much the closest thing to Hamilton Station, but I'd consider safe crossing of the Highway 17 on-ramps to be essential for that. I don't know how you'd tie one to the other, but it's really not safe to ask people to do that regularly. I would like to thank staff for removing sites 101 and 102. It can be a real heartbreaking decision to decide whether or not to mark existing rental housing for possible replacement. And I'm really glad that we're not in a place where we have to do that. And here, 22. And site 22, I think, is not directly adjacent to anything residential. So given its proximity to the downtown Campbell stop, I would encourage bumping it to 75 an acre. And possibly, given just how mixed use the prune yard is, I would consider bumping 1.1 up as well, because it's not adjacent to any R1 uses. And yeah, those are my notes. I'll talk about the rest of the southwest portion of this map on the next page.
All right, thanks, everybody. I know there were a few opposing views on 1.1, and therefore I will just add that I think that density is too high given the challenges with the the existing traffic in that area and parking. So I think that one needs to be reconsidered unless there's some mechanism for improving the congestion and traffic and danger that exists to pedestrians in that area. Any other comments? People have their lights on? Okay, all right, thank you. Moving on.
Map 3 is Central Campbell. So setting aside the ones we've already covered on the right-hand side, that brings us to 56 and 172, and then turning the corner on Winchester down.
Can you just highlight which one was the Goodwill?
That's on a different map.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I'll go out of order this time. Everything looked great here. I think 150.3, the city owned, next to Orchard Banquet Hall, Banquet Center, should probably not be included in this go. Maybe in the future, you know, in a decade from now, and we're really pinched, that could be reevaluated. Maybe, I guess if we run short in this go, we can give it another consideration, but I don't think it's large enough to really make and change the needle on our overall scope. So let's hold that one off. And 222, I don't know if I mentioned that on the last one. Those seem like down the line options, or maybe there's some great city service we can offer in those spaces that aren't as impactful. But everything here looked great. I don't have any other comments.
Commissioner Gray.
Yeah, I was just going to say that some members of our commission probably don't ever want to talk about 159 again. So let's just take that one off. No, that's a good site. I really wanted to ask what 164 is. Isn't that where we just approved the new cell tower? Wi-Fi tower, didn't we? Find the wrong block?
No, 164, the site over here. Jeff, do you care to describe it, or it's not? I think you're talking about the Merrill Gardens site.
Yeah.
No, this is just to help orient. This is the home church, and then.
Oh, okay. Okay.
164 is
Yeah.
the Wells Fargo that was recently vacated by Wells Fargo Bank.
Oh, okay. Yeah, anyway, these look good. Thanks.
I'm in agreement with Andrew's comments on the community center and also the parking lot at the Civic Center. I recently heard that the home church was not interested in using their parking lot, that they were building sanctuary. I don't know if that's a bad rumor or not, but it came from a pretty good source. So if you're unaware of that, you probably maybe should be talking to the home church again, since it's such a big piece of opportunity. The only other comment I have is that since I drive and walk by it all the time, it's like, just want to 56 and 172, which is Mamma Mia's, but 56 is the Hamilton Business Park, I believe, right?
Mhm.
And Hamilton Business Park is like 6 buildings, 1-story office buildings on a very large acreage, and it's pretty underutilized. I go by there all the time, and I'm just, I don't know if you talk to the landlords, but boy, that would just make a wonderful, being on the Hamilton corridor, be a wonderful place for a pretty high density residential. Maybe keep Mamma Mia's, but that whole section between Mamma Mia's and down to whatever it is, there's a shop, there's a little shopping strip mall that's fairly new. It's a huge property. It's 300 feet deep and it's a block long. And behind it are the fourplex Hamilton Downs. So, which are 2 stories. So, it's a neighborhood, but it's not your single family neighborhood. So you have a little bit more to work with in terms of height, I think. So I'm just putting in my 2 cents on really looking hard at that property and seeing if the landlord can be convinced to redevelop. And I think that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it quick. I agree with Commissioner Zizza on his comments. 150, 222. I wouldn't recommend us to look at those at least yet. And 56, the only thing I'd add to that is similar to Commissioner Rivlin's comments on the science park. You could have higher density bordering East Hamilton and then graduate it down towards the residential areas near Watson. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Sure. Site 172, I had a moment when I was looking it up on the spreadsheet. It was listed as an apartment complex. Thankfully, it's not. I'm glad to see site 159 on there. Hopefully it will become something much better than what it's been, which is, I believe, a vacant lot at this point. I note that site 164 is adjacent to Wesley Manor, which is extremely dense. I think it's one of the tallest buildings. Now pretty much forever is going to be one of the tallest buildings in Campbell because you can't build anything that tall anymore. So depending on what we do with 164, we might make it higher density senior housing because it doesn't seem like Wesley Manor needs a giant parking lot or a lot of car traffic. I would, looking at the north side of Campbell Avenue, east of the railroad tracks, I would recommend increasing the maximum density from 45 to at least 60, if not 75, as much as possible, given how close it is to the light rail. Like, I realize there are single family homes to the north, but they're single family homes that you can, if you have a good arm, you can throw a rock and hit the train from. That's 22, 28, 20, 33, 25, 21, and 19. Also, I'm glad that we have 139 on there, which is, I believe, stacks. But again, that is already contains apartments. I would like to see more sites between Orchard City and Civic Center, given that that is like the core of our walkable high resource downtown. I know there's a parking lot between 295 and 349 East Campbell Avenue, and there's another parking lot between 232 and 266 East Campbell Avenue. I don't exactly know, like, some of the buildings are pretty short, and I think there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of good retail chance there. So if you brought in ground floor retail with plenty of housing above it, it would be, I think, a really good place to put that, especially it's close to the light rail. I think on our opportunity maps, the only things it's not close to are you can't walk to a school and you can't walk to a grocery store very easily. And hopefully, I think I had heard that there would be at the very least a bodega going in where Rocket Fizz was. Is that happening?
Don't know. No answer.
Well, hopefully we'll get some kind of grocery shop there. I mean, you can walk over to the Trader Joe's on the east, but it's a bit of a hike. And those are my thoughts.
Stephen, did you capture the address references for the parking lots?
Via the audio, I will. I can just read those out to you again.
Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Apparently the parking lots don't have addresses. I just looked on Google Maps. So between 295 and 349 East Campbell, and between 232 and 266 East Campbell. So one of them's on the north side and one of them's on the south side of Campbell Avenue.
If you could repeat 232 to
266.
266.
266.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's a good time to take a 5-minute break, if everyone's good with that. All right. See you at 9:03.
I've been doing this 5 years. It used to be 30 years ago. Over.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I want a car.
That's a question.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go again. Welcome back. I think we concluded with that last map, so we're moving on to number 4.
May I open with a question for staff?
Certainly.
Parcel 51, at one point, there was a development proposal. I vaguely remember doing a study session or hearing of ideas there. Could you outline what's intended to happen at 51?
Yeah, I'll start and Stephen might know more detail. So I think this was the beginning of this year, it was before I got here, there was a proposal for a general plan amendment to convert it to residential. It went to the council. They gave feedback, generally positive feedback, to convert from commercial residential. A lot of information on higher density, a lot of feedback on higher densities, a higher BMR count. We've included it. The property owner sold the property. There's a new developer who's contacted us who's interested. And I guess long story short, they have a residential developer attached who's interested in coming and developing the site.
All right, maybe I'll start from this side.
I don't quite have my notes up yet. Sorry.
Okay. Anybody want to start? Commissioner Gray?
Well, we did have a lot of discussion on site 162. And, I think that's the first I was thinking that's a great site for the higher density. But I know it's got the residences and I took the comments to heart about the townhome densities and the townhome projects and the missing middle. So I guess I would like staff to kind of study that as a missing middle type of townhome density. 20 units an acre, if that's kind of what works with the developer and with the neighborhood and with the Campbell's needs, I think it could be a good site for that kind of, that type of housing. Otherwise, I did think, yeah, I remember the 51, that was a workshop I think that we had. And yeah, those are all really pretty good sites on Hamilton there for pretty high density, hopefully a mixed use project kind of a thing. Keep some of the retail down there, but they're definitely underutilized and good sites. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Zisser.
Yeah, just real quickly on 162, we had a lot of people, there's a neighborhood association and there's a number of people who have talked tonight and in the past and that are concerned about it. And this was a project that was put off because of the upcoming housing element, and that they have a developer who wants to put 100 units on a site, and that's only at 20, I think. So, I don't know. I don't know whether it's used. I mean, on the spreadsheet, it's 30, and the max would be like 168 instead of 100. I think probably 168 is too much for that. It's surrounded by residential. It's a residential area. It's a nice location. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if you can designate 30, but really, because you can actually go less than 30, you can get it to 20 or 22 because of what we're allowed to do. But if you can't, if 30 means it's going to be 30 or even more than 30, then I'd be probably a little concerned about it. That's all I got.
Commissioner Chin.
Thank you. Similar comments on 162. I think 30, given the neighborhood, is too high. I would probably be in favor of 20 or similar.
All right, Commissioner Brookbinder.
I endorse not building on the Montessori school. I hear the unhappiness with the possibility of taller buildings on site 162. I'd be in favor of whatever makes it, I guess, townhome compatible. And I definitely appreciate having 51 on there. I think that'll be an excellent site for development.
Commissioner Kimber.
Thank you, Chair. On 162, I know we've heard quite a bit of testimony. What I don't understand is when we say 30, don't say it has to be 30, we say 30 max. So if 20 works, or if, something better. So, I'm in favor of keeping the 30 as the max. But then, the planning can then decide, if or the applicant can then decide what works for them. And I'm not in favor of a minimum, so, just a maximum, anything else that works below that, I think we should have that flexibility. My 2 cents worth. Thank you. So I'm in favor of 30 max, no min.
In terms of the range, I think that staff was going to come back and provide that, right? But I think we can also, in certain cases, specify a wider range if that's, the option and, right?
Right, exactly. So what we're talking about here tonight again is maximum figures. When we do establish a minimum, the intent is clear as well. We don't want to see it build as large lot, single family homes per se. So we will establish a minimum and maximum range. They don't deviate that greatly typically. When there's something that we want to prevent. That said, that's something that we'll be evaluating and returning with next year.
And in the existing general plan, the city also, if I may, through the chair, interject, has an existing policy requiring housing projects achieve at least 75% of the maximum density. So it also creates another strong policy push to establish a floor essentially.
And the policy in question is in the housing element. It's pertaining to sites within a certain distance, I believe, of light rail stations. So not citywide.
It's not citywide.
It's not citywide, it's specific locations in the city, but those sites which do qualify must be at 75% of their plan for densities.
I had a question. That site 162 that's the Uplift Family Services, which is like, seems like a mental health type facility to help kids. Why is that one of the identified sites since we talked about?
Well, we have the representative who's working, if he wants to come up and respond, that's Jim Sullivan. He's been working with the property owner.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead?
Thank you, Rob. Madam Chair, this is the Uplift Family Services site. They're a statewide organization, and actually they have federal mandates and state mandates that they are in an area where most of their clientele are coming from. And so they have places out on Gish Road in San Jose, in Morgan Hill. They have a 13-acre site in Saratoga, I believe. And this right now, they're just utilizing this site pretty much for administrative purposes. There's a new site that there's one operating. It's kind of a two-story on the northwest corner of this project, where they do still have youth that are in emergency need of care. And currently they're under contract with Valley Med to build a new center, a bigger center to handle that. So this is coming from, this wasn't like a developer coming by and offering them a lot of money. They said, okay, this is a site that we need to get rid of. So
They're vacating it.
yeah.
Great.
So I just wanted to explain.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. That's good news on all
They're going to
fronts.
continue operating.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
I don't have any other major comments. Maybe 20 is appropriate for 162, given the residential neighborhood. Maybe there's some flexibility there. 168 units at 30 does seem a little intense for that street, but definitely is a valuable piece of land to introduce more housing, and it's appropriate for the surrounding neighborhood. Everything else looks great. Hope 51 can move forward quickly.
My only comment on 162, I know we heard from a lot of the neighbors, and it sounds like there's some working between the developer and the neighbors, which is great. Looks like that property, it's just that to access it, you really have to go through those residential neighborhoods. But I'm wondering if, one of the options in terms of the level of density could be that if the access in some way could be from Santa Moss in some way that makes sense, that could allow you to have higher density because it wouldn't be coming through the neighborhood streets as heavily. So that might be some form of an option.
I think that's a good idea.
On to next one. All right, I think we can move on to the next one, Santa Moss Aquino.
If you'd like to start from this end, feel free.
Yes, I'll start from this end. Commissioner Kamkar or Commissioner Bookbinder? All right.
I would, my main concern is, so this is part of the non-central portion of the city, and we're going to have few, if any, high-density sites here. But I think there's still room to, across a significant corridor like West Campbell Avenue, to have the parcels that are facing the street moved up to townhouse densities. So they would be compatible with the adjacent houses behind them, but you'd be able to get a higher density just along the corridor. And there's a bus that comes every, I think, 15 minutes along that road. I think the 26 bus goes along it.
I'm not exactly sure how we would fit that into the concept of opportunity sites. I don't know how high probability it would be, but we've been talking about trying to get some kind of development throughout the city. And I think that might be the best way to put development in a place like this. And I'll probably say something similar when we talk about South Campbell.
Commissioner Perry?
Yeah, I think those are good comments by Commissioner Bookbinder. This is my neck of the woods, so I live really close to here. The San Tomas Shopping Center that 207 is part of, that's really a classic example of what we've talked about a lot on the Planning Commission, of the huge surface parking lot that's very seldom even half full. So I guess, but I can see the owner's dilemma of redeveloping that. I mean, it's in front of the stores. So when we originally were talking about this site, I was envisioning a pretty major kind of mixed use redevelopment, major deal here, where we just kind of identified the one portion of it here, the 207. But if that's all that work, I mean, it's got to work for the property owner. But I think that would be a good spot for, some kind of higher density, mixed use residential. There are some fairly higher density residential areas on the busy streets, roughly in this area and in the West San Jose area. And then when we went to number 12, I know we don't want to get rid of the daycare, and I know the Montessori daycare is there. It used to be a Taco Bell for many years, just south of number 12 there. 12 is the Goodwill. There's a fairly nice looking bank building on the corner right there of San Tomas and Campbell, but it's a hard one to fill. It's been vacant for a long time, here and there over the years. So I don't know, I think it's worth approaching the property developer there. If you get, if you can put 12 and that other lot together, you got a bigger site, and then you get you can get some decent number of housing units there. And I was also just going to ask staff, are both sides of Campbell Avenue in the city of Campbell for the whole route, or is the south side there part of San Jose?
Yeah, that line cuts
Okay,
right there.
I was never sure about that because there's that one holdout spot there, big location, but it's on the San Jose side of Campbell, so never mind. That's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I was envisioning on the Santa, I used to live over in this area myself. So, yeah, on the San Tomas Center there, I was envisioning it was going to be maybe in the parking lot towards San Tomas Aquino, which would make it more suitable for high density. I would only question if they're going to really take that corner. I'm not familiar with the residential area behind it.
Maybe we can get some clarification from staff on why we didn't just look at that whole area.
Yeah, I'd happy to. So for some of these sites, we kind of explained this in greater detail as part of the desk item. But we were trying to be a little bit more realistic on what percentage of the site would redevelop, and not trying to specify exactly specifically which area of the site would redevelop. So in this particular site, I think we're calculating around 2 acres of the site, plus or minus, would be that area more likely to redevelop. So we weren't over projecting our unit counts by counting the entire volume of the site, but it's fair to say there's a possibility it could redevelop the parking lot. Having talked to representative of the property management company, there's concerns about visibility of anchor tenants. So oftentimes when you put a building right in front of 2 major tenants, they express concerns of that. Visibility is a major factor for them, as well as that parking access. So we're trying to be a little bit realistic about where and how that might occur without knowing the specifics. This obviously is not a development plan before you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not like, I mean, it's odd to like chop out a piece of the shopping center and put the residential section right there. But it is definitely under, as Commissioner Cray said, it's a very underutilized shopping center for years. I lived there 25 years lived in the area 25 years ago, and it was underutilized then, even when they had the CVS and some other shops in there. So the aquarium store, right?
Maybe this is, I think,
I'm just questioning about what it would possibly be and how much density. Otherwise, I'm fine.
so we talked in the beginning about how staff was really taking a very strategic approach, doing a lot of diligence on which of the sites you were including, rather than doing kind of a higher number, but a shotgun approach. Maybe this is because it's such a big area and underutilized. Maybe this is one of those that we can just add that number to the number that that you've specified, the 5,000, just increase it a little bit and put this on there. It's less likely to develop, but because it's so big, it's going to take a much longer time frame. So kind of allowing for that now to initiate that process might be useful for the next RENA cycle, rather than just kind of thinking about the back corner. I would probably also just, in the spirit of that, include the Kellymore paint on the corner too. That's kind of crossed out now.
So similar to that portion of northeast of Winchester Station that it would be nice if it eventually developed, but it's probably at a low probability for this cycle.
And then I'm not in favor of redeveloping on the Goodwill site, because I think a lot of what we're talking about is providing housing, low-income housing, and I think that's one of those services that supports our low-income population.
Can I comment on
Yeah.
that? I agree in the spirit of that, and it does provide a service, but Goodwill generally finds like a low used retail frontage and negotiates a good rate. So any kind of empty, maybe not in a premier space like the Prune Yard, but empty strip mall, they're able to relocate to. So I feel like Goodwill can find an alternative within the region or in Campbell itself pretty easily. So I counter that I would support it, but I'd only support it if you include that bank lot just north to get a little bit larger chunk. And the reason I say the bank is because Commissioner Cray's comment that as long as I've lived in Campbell, no one's ever had an operation in that bank. So in 6 years, 7 years, it's never been open. It's just been a shell. Not that the owner doesn't want to do something, but maybe it would be great to
How
turn it
about
into
we
housing.
add the bank back and leave the Goodwill alone?
Well, the last thought on that, and my comments are done then, is that just adjacent is the amazing Hawaiian food shop, but maybe that's also an advantage to include in this kind of cluster where it is an older retail store. It could possibly be in a mixed use setting instead of in just a strip mall or standalone shop. And then I also support 207 being a larger parcel, even if it does take a long time to develop.
All right. Great. Thanks, everybody. Any other comments on that one? All right.
Moving on to map 6 of 6, southwestern portion of Campbell.
All right, I'll start from this end here.
Gotta put my speaker light on. And my question on these are, is it possible to reach out to the neighboring, property owners of the ones that are listed and see if they like to join? Sometimes when you see your neighbor doing something, you might get motivated to join and, provide more opportunity sites. Maybe bigger opportunity sites, if they can sell to the same developer or work with the same developer. Has that been done or can it be done?
I think so.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, two things we can. I realize specifically these sites are small in aggregation, so that might be a targeted outreach for some of these smaller sites. I did want to take this opportunity, and Jeff has a lot of information. When we get into these smaller sites, and especially the comment on East Campbell, there's a different tool that we'll bring back to you later called SB10. And it does allow for a program to go in without mapping now, areas that meet criteria where you can upzone the site to 10 units per parcel. If you want anything, add anything in that to that, Jeff, but I know as you get to these smaller sites, keep in mind that's a program we might bring back to look at, to have more dispersed sort of missing middle housing throughout the city.
Yeah, and just to reinforce Rob's point, the beauty of the SB10 program is it's once the city sets the criteria, then people essentially self-select, to participate in it versus the city putting someone's house on a map and sort of changing their whole, land use situation overnight. It seems like a way to more organically sort of introduce those types of small infill, missing middle, in a sort of more of a natural manner into interested, motivated property owners who step forward to take advantage of that.
And I would just only also add that SB10, we haven't brought it before you yet. It's something that it's in our toolbox. We plan on doing so. The reason being is that we've been trying to focus on those land use decisions and changes which are going to need environmental analysis. SB10 has the beauty of no CEQA. I think I heard a whisper behind me say that, so I'll just reiterate it. So we do get the opportunity to make those types of changes outside of, evaluate those policy decisions next year without the sudden rush to get it included as part of our EIR analysis.
Thanks.
Well, I suppose my thoughts on this particular map of this particular region of the city are similar to mine on the Santa Mouse Campbell Avenue area, is that along Hacienda, we should be able to make it easy to upzone to townhouse densities, which sounds like an SB10 program. So I guess that's my input on this. And I would like to commend staff on really digging deep and reaching out and finding a group of adjacent homeowners who actually were interested in having their area redeveloped. That's not easy to do.
Right, Commissioner. Yes.
I was going to ask on, I guess I want to just ask staff, because 209 and 7 have been vacant, forever, I guess, those lots. Do we know if those property owners are amenable to development?
I can speak from experience that seven has approached the city several times over the years. I think it, at one point had gone through the motions of applications, but 209 I've never heard from, and it's something that myself, my colleague Daniel have talked about over the years, of how little or limited interest we've heard. So we'll definitely be doing outreach again, all of these properties which have been identified, to try to shore up that interest and see if we can get some movement on them between December and January.
Okay, well, I was just wondering, because I've been there forever, of course, and then it's nice to hear, though, that I didn't know that that farm milk dairy store property owner was interested in that's an institution. That little shop has been there forever, but I do think, yeah, that these are pretty good locations for maybe that SB 10, the 10 unit kind of development. You get some units there that help out, and it does spread the burden, so to speak, of the extra densities to a few of the other areas. I know a couple of the on the notes where you're meeting with the nonprofit builders, and they were pointing out, which easier said than done, how do you do it? But there's a marketing campaign to kind of sell the residents who live there, long-term residents, of the psychological benefits of having all kinds of housing. So everybody, so teachers and firefighters and plumber, can buy a house and live there. So, I think I really think that is part of the deal of trying to get some of the more of this affordable housing in. It's a marketing effort partly. Thank you.
Commissioner Zisser?
Yeah. Well, I'd like us to obviously keep as many of these as we can, because this is the area, as we heard a couple of speakers who decried the fact that there's little in the way of stuff on the map in the south part of the city. This is something that we've talked about on the commission before and the council as well. I don't know who's best to address that, but I just wanted to, if people are still listening in, we've had an interest in doing as much as we can here, but it's there's really little in the way of significant parcels because of the nature of the San Tomas area neighborhood. I wish to possibly, I was going to ask about this 10-unit thing to try to understand it, but I'll hold off for a future time as to where that could fit in, possibly in this part of the city, where it makes sense. I wish there was more. Wish there were more parcels available, and I hope that we can. I obviously, hopefully, we'll just keep all these parcels on the list, and hopefully, we'll be able to make some headway in getting these developed. So that's all I got on that one. Thanks.
I've same sentiments. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
Same sentiments. I was thinking there were more developable properties along Sunny Oaks because that has the major kind of connector to Winchester, but I guess not, or didn't make the cut. And I'm not proposing that we get rid of Effie's or anything, but was that a parcel that anyone had ever considered?
Which one?
Effie's, it's a restaurant at the corner of Hacienda and Winchester.
Next to the gas station?
Yeah, including the gas station. I mean, I guess that street is worthy of a place to get fuel, but those, I was thinking were viable parcels if the owners were interested, but yeah, I too want to reflect that I think this area doesn't lend itself to large parcels, which then doesn't lend itself to denser development, but it is possibly in need. I know there are some school areas, but those are all obviously occupied and in use. Maybe in the future, if a school redevelops or comes up with a more intense use, there's an option to take the parcel and add housing to it, but I don't know that that's on any table this pass.
All right. Oh, yeah, I didn't have any additional comments to add to this map, so I think we're done here. Oh, Commissioner Ching?
Yes, well,
Apologies.
no, my fault, I was hesitating. On 209, a couple of thoughts. One isn't housing related, but is that an opportunity for a park? Because there's not that many parks in that part of San Thomas.
I did notice that that owner has several vacant lots, so maybe they would be open to making it a park while they're waiting for some time in the future.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chang, you're indicating lot 209?
209, yeah.
I mean, we did have a situation where a recent developer, I believe, on Mozart, Swerpson Homes, was approached to provide a small pocket park. The issue is, not to say that there is, I mean, you could always have a dedication, but the city would need to acquire that piece of the property, so it'd be something we'd need to evaluate. But that's much farther along than we are today, where we're just trying to identify high-level sites which we think could support greater densities.
But maybe the city doesn't have to acquire it. Maybe they could lease it for 20 years as a park.
It was, I think, liability issues with some of that.
But directly to
Think about all those kids. They're not that fragile.
We'll take it all under consideration.
Okay, take it offline.
I think the city council were keen to identify potential park sites. I know Mayor Gibbons had actually wanted the staff to identify potential open land. So I would say that, but directly to the development, looking at the surrounding area, maybe even a higher density than the 20, going to the 30. In return, putting in mixed use, so maybe a small retail area, because that's been some of the comments by residents in that area, or some of the comments we've heard tonight is a lack of retail, just a modest retail in that block. So that's my comment.
Yeah, parks, great point. Thanks for highlighting that. That's a very important thing to end on, since we haven't heard about that before. All right, well, I think this has been a very exciting meeting. Oh, sure.
There's another parcel, and again, I send this to Stephen. So was on an earlier map. It's a 2-block area on Camden, east of Carlisle Hotel, and it was on earlier maps, and a couple of council members had questioned whether or not it would be a good area, but it's because it's shallow. They're 100 feet deep, but it's a mishmash of fast food places for 2 blocks. That's in Campbell, starting east of our Carlisle and going to Olympia, and it's got a Foster Freeze and a bunch of other things. And it seems to me that this is a very viable set of parcels. They got huge parking lots and it's very low use. And like I said, it's a mishmash of mostly fast food places. And it's right on Camden. It's right near the entrance to Highway 17. It's obviously a bus route. It would seem to me that it's not a huge set of parcels, but it goes for a couple blocks. And Carlisle Hotel is on that parcel. It's only 100 feet deep, and they managed to put a 38-unit hotel on it. So it seems to me that we could maybe put a couple 3-story. There is a neighborhood behind it, so you'd have to limit the density, but I think it's a viable parcel. I'm just offering it as a possible addition. I have nothing against Foster Foods, but we already got a Dairy Queen, okay? And that's owned by Warren Buffett, so.
Yeah, I'll speak to it a little. I mean, it did make a list of what I'll call honorable mentions. I mean, when we went through all of these housing opportunity sites, we had lists, and we had lists upon lists, like you can only imagine. There's properties on Olympia, and even the lot, it was a property on Parsons across the street, were considered. And we were kind of thinking about that corridor, and we also do planning as well, which is more like that corridor and how we don't want to preempt certain plans we might have for that area and that vision that we have for that run of Camden, and how individual site development might influence that unduly without a little bit broader planning efforts in mind. Yeah, I mean, that the sites were included at one point, and we could definitely, we will raise all the sites, which I think we're talking about as discussion points that these were raised by the Planning Commission as we advance. So hopefully that helps.
All right, sounds like you guys didn't miss anything. Great. Any other comments?
I'm curious. Actually, I wanted to expand one more point on Commissioner Zizzer's point about those properties. It was, and to the prior point I just missed, the city council had weighed in. Those are general commercial. They were saying to reduce them to neighborhood commercial. It's also that north run on that north side of Camden in that area is also included in the Campbell Village Area Neighborhood Plan, which also does strongly has a policy in it which discourages changes of land use. So change for mixed use is one of those additional reasons why we're saying maybe now is not the time without that additional policy direction being provided. Just wanted to expand on that a little bit.
All right. Well, I think that wraps it up. I'll hand it over back to the director now.
Yeah, I think we're, good news. I think we're about at the end. We did have one or two slides on the city-owned sites. If the commission wants a little more information on that, I know you weighed in on those. If you want, we could go through those really fast, next steps, and then just pause if you have any additional comments and finish up. Stephen, can you advance those? So just really fast, the council had given us direction to look at 4 sites. The community center site, I think you're hearing a lot of community feedback and from the commission not to consider it. From staff's perspective, I concur with that. Recommendation of the recreation parks director was at some point to do a master plan for the site. And in the future, if there's consideration for housing with the master plan, that's the consideration. So I don't see a lot of interest both internally, externally to continue on the community center site. On the next 3, this one's interesting. Again, owned by the city, has 2 layers, 2 levels of parking. There are agreements in place to maintain that parking. So we do have to consider how that's maintained or put somewhere else. There are some adjacency issues with single family a little bit, so just some consideration there. So our thought is to keep looking at it. One thought is to maybe start talking to some affordable housing developers, designers to see what that would look like if they came in and designed over the parking. But again, those are the constraints now to the site. The next one, I think the commission is waiting on this. There are some context issues here, of course. It's next to the Ainsley House, single family residential. I'm not sure if the commission knew this. The employee parking lot is designated to go there with the Measure O site. The current parking lot will be converted to a police station building. And so there'll be the need also to put parking there. So this gets a little tougher. We can continue to look at it, but there's a lot of context challenges to this site. And then the last one, so I think you've tagged it, know this. Honestly, from staff's position, this is a great housing site, surrounded by housing, close to the light rail. My thought, it's a matter of when, not if. Corporation yards tend to get absorbed by housing and then they move out to other places. Corporation yards don't have to be in this location. They just have to have access to the city. They can be sort of located in other areas. So our challenge will be, and we have a couple ideas. One thought is to talk to Los Gatos. Mid-Peninsula Open Space District has a corporation yard. Maybe there's economies of scale in sharing a corporation yard, or finding another site which would be available for them to move to. But once that site's identified, if possible, we would take a harder look at the site and recommend it for residential development. So that's where we're at. I think we're looking at due diligence on probably 2 of these sites. Again, this site and the 2nd Street garage, not moving the community center forward. And then we'll see what the council's thoughts are on the Ainsley House site. And that's all I have on that. We'll just go to next steps. And then if there's any other thoughts from the commission.
Just have one quick question, Bob, while you're there. The staff report talked about extending Dillon Avenue, and I didn't understand where would it extend to?
I believe that the comment you're picking up on was contained within the south of Campbell Avenue area plan. So there was an attachment to the report that talked about the extension of Dillon
I
Avenue.
thought it was with the corporations, it said, but maybe not. Maybe it was the SoCa. I can't remember. But they talked about extending Dillon. I didn't know how or where they were going to extend Dillon.
It looks like
If I may, through the chair, Jeff Riley, I believe that was an idea to extend Dillon through the courtyard and then out to Railway. So it would not be a dead end anymore. But obviously that all got disregarded with the new development that's
All right.
occurred.
Thanks.
Okay. Oh, yes, we can close up. So just next steps, next Thursday night, we'll have a council meeting. We're going to package all this and give it to the council, take that feedback. One thing, we will need probably a special meeting with you in January. So we'll reach out to you hopefully in the next week, probably the later half of the month, if this is okay, something like an off week for the commission, Wednesday, Thursday, and if this time works. So in the next week, we'll try and pin that down. And that's about it. So yeah, let's get to the end. So director's report, just two things to report. SB 9 urgency ordinance, I've been tracking that for you, was adopted by council. And that will go into effect immediately, and we're ready for January 1st when it becomes law. So that's good news. It's an urgency ordinance. It expires. The regular ordinance will come back. It goes to the commission and council. So expect that January, February. Last bit of headline news. Sad to report, Corinne Shin, after 28 years, is retiring from the city of Campbell. And we're all sad to see her go, but we respect her decision to move on to greener pastures. Her last day will be later this month. We plan, of course, of having a nice resolution for her. Might be tight this month, probably in January, if she's willing to come back before the commission and council.
So I just wanted to make sure, I got the sense that the commission, I know we're not supposed to vote on anything tonight, but I got the sense the commission, there was a fairly substantial consensus about pushing the buffer higher. And if that's not the case, then others can. The buffer higher than 30%. And I would like, if we can get a consensus that be transmitted to the council in that respect, that we feel that the buffer could be significantly higher, the 5,000 or the 5,000 number or whatever. Possibly consider the 5,000 unit number as a buffer.
I think it is 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at my notes and turn to Stephen and Jeff. We didn't take any votes tonight, but we taste the temperature of common themes and majority. I generally heard a lot of commissioners commenting to go higher on the buffer, and we will definitely transmit that. If there's anything else other commissioners want to add, feel free to.
Well, one item that would do that would, if we do pursue the Campbell technology part, because that wasn't part of the buffer. So that would really bring it much bigger buffer. And I think that I think we did have a consensus of wanting to pursue the Campbell Technology Park as a possible major. Although there are, as Commissioner Ching said, the street issues, traffic issues, and well, I love the idea of that pedestrian bridge, but who would pay for it, right? But I think that would give us a buffer right there.
It's just that if we do the technology and that's another 500 units or whatever it is, then in theory, we could take away other stuff to get to the 3,300 buffer. So it doesn't, it's not necessarily additive. We have to kind of stipulate that not only are we in support of the technology park, but we're also in support of a higher buffer that would include the technology park. But if you add the technology park and then we don't stipulate a higher buffer, then other things could be pulled away, and a lower number could come out because parcels would be subtracted. So
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I understand it. I guess I'm probably more cautious. And a type of reason for that is something that Stephen said. I think we're raising the density, and I think that will attract a lot more developers, make these projects much more financially feasible. So you could type of supercharge something beyond where it necessarily needs to go, which won't be a good thing, right? Maybe I'm a bit more conservative on that, because there's a lot of things changing here, And maybe we should see how some of those play out. Well, I do understand where you're coming from. I understand the intent, which I think we all agree with, is supplying the housing. I'm just maybe a bit nervous about over supercharging it with all these changes.
Yeah, I'd just add that I'm in favor of a larger buffer. I think the dangers of underbuilding are worse than the dangers of overbuilding, as long as we, actually think about where we're putting things, which we've spent the evening doing. So I would be in favor of a larger buffer.
For all the opportunity sites we talked about, what number does that get us to?
Well, the math on what we showed you tonight without any adjustments was about 6,500. So that didn't include the technology park. I'm trying to remember, I think that was an additional 500 units. So, I mean, this can be iterative. We don't have to pin, I mean, one thought is here's generally here's generally the goalposts. Here's generally what we're going to hear from property owners and where we're landing. And in January, sort of compare those two. There's even a little more, I hate to use the word buffer, I'd say, but we can pick a higher number, go into the environmental review analysis. And as you get, and it has more environmental clearance for all these sites, and then it can maybe whittle down a little bit more as we get towards the end of 2022. But again, tonight, the sites we showed you are staff's modifications, 6,500, plus the Campbell Technology Park, 7,000. To answer your question.
And your proposal was 5,000, the buffer being between 3,300 and 5,000.
That's correct.
So I think for the CEQA, I think it covers your purposes, right? Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. All right, well, this concludes the Planning Commission meeting of December 9th. So happy holidays. Or do we have another meeting?
We do. You're back on next Tuesday.
All right, see you all next Tuesday. Bye-bye.